Warning! The Stone Age Gamer podcast includes a lot of bad language. Cover your motherfucking ears.
Good evening and welcome to the Stone Age Gamer podcast. I am Kris Randazzo and joining me tonight is Totally Irrational Trade War Dan Ryan. Coming in hot!
Oh, 46%, baby!
Woo! It's been a heck of a week and a half since we last recorded, so we're going to do our best with what we've got. Empty your life savings for Mario Kart because the Stone Age Gamer podcast starts now. Hi everyone, this is episode 561. It's the week of April 11th, 2025, and welcome. For anyone new here, this is the official podcast of StoneAgeGamer.com. Dan and I talk every week about what's happening in the world of video games from a retro gamer's perspective, as well as whatever the hell else is going on in our lives. Speaking of which, real quick, how are you? How are things? Last week we recorded on Wednesday, so it's been a little bit longer since we've spoken, and boy, have things happened since then.
Lots of stuff has happened. I'm doing really, really well, man. Like, honestly, truly, I'm feeling really good this last week and a half. We took a little vacay, which is why we didn't record on Friday. It's why we recorded on Wednesday. My mother-in-law has moved up basically around the corner from us and she had left her stuff in Virginia. So she offered, instead of paying a moving company to load up all the boxes, that Tiff and I could load up all the boxes, and she would also pay for us to stay at a bed and breakfast for a couple of days before we did all that. So we drove down Friday night. We stayed at this place called the Mayhurst Inn. It was great. There were goats. Delicious breakfast. It was just wonderful. And then Sunday, we loaded up a giant truck and drove it back from Virginia and unloaded it. And I felt useful, and I was lifting things, and I felt like myself. And it was like 10 o'clock at night, and the kids were tired from unloading, and Tiff was stressed and tired, and I was fucking whistling Dixie because I just felt alive and great, and it was awesome.
Wondrous.
Yes, quite.
This week has been pretty stressful. This week's been pretty stressful. Yeah,
it's been an interesting one.
It's been an interesting one. You know, we've been prepping for this Switch 2 Direct, and then we had another Direct surprise us out of nowhere, and the Stone Age Gamer Spring Sale is happening right now, which will be ending by the time this podcast goes live. So not really a whole lot sense in talking too much about it, but it came together really quickly. Like, we didn't have the information when we recorded last to, promote it on the show. So, like, I've been prepping for this sale. We've been doing other stuff through the website, my usual work, on top of the general excitement for the Switch 2, and then everything that has happened since then. It's been a week. It has been a week.
Yeah, it's been a long month this week.
It sure has. This year is not letting up. So we're going to get right to work here. We're going to get right down to business. What we're going to do, we're going to do things a little bit differently. We're going to split this show right down the middle. I was trying to think of a good comedy bit about being split down the middle, but I'm sure you got it. Anyways, we're going to do the first half. The first half, we're going to cover the Nintendo Direct from last week, the March 27th, 2025 Nintendo Direct that Dan and I pretty much incorrectly predicted a whole bunch of stuff for.
Yes.
We're going to go through that one bit by bit, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about everything Switch 2. Not just the Direct, kind of everything that has happened around it and since then, because the Direct was not very direct with some of the information that they
definitely not.
There were some pretty big holes and some very interesting information that has happened since, and then things beyond Nintendo's control that have happened since that we're going to need to talk about. So, getting started. Nintendo Direct, March 27th, 2025. For some reason, Nintendo thought it would be a good idea to drop a Switch 1 only Nintendo Direct right before the Switch 2 Direct. In hindsight, I don't know that I like this move. I really liked it at the time. I was like, this is a really nice appetizer before we get the main course. But now that I've seen the main course, I feel like the things they showed off in this direct would have gone just a little bit in the direction of softening the blow of the second direct. How do you feel about that overall statement there?
I agree 1,000%.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Now, this is not to say I'm going to be very critical of a lot of things. This is not to say that I'm not excited about the Switch 2. And you'll hear me talk about that. We'll get there. I am very excited about this system, but there are things that are getting in the way of that, and we will discuss all them. But let us now travel.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, and just to add on to that, there was a bit of weirdness to where I agree. Like, either some of this, like this should have, in my opinion, I think would have fit better as part of the just overall direct, or this could have been shorter and the things that were repeated could have been maybe moved from this one to the other one.
Right, because there was a lot of repeat information here. There were a lot of the games that were in here were shown off again, granted in a much shorter spell in the other one. But there was also some really big, interesting stuff happening during this one. So let's get down to business here. So this was on March 27th. We're traveling back in time before we know about the Switch 2. We kick things off with Dragon Quest 1 and 2. This is a known quantity, but it looks really nice. Now, I think this is the first time we've seen proper gameplay of it. Yeah, big old thumbs up. Hooray. I loved the original Dragon Warrior. Well, at least I wanted to. I played a lot of that game, but I could never. It was always just a brick wall for me. It was before I really understood turn-based games. I couldn't get into it, but I spent a lot of time with it. So I'm really looking forward to. It's never been re-released in a way that I've wanted to play it since. Like that mobile remake, I thought just looked dreadful. I despised the visuals. This is a really good-looking remake. And I think it might be something that I could see myself putting an attempt at putting time into, because Dragon Quest is it's one of those series that I've always been aware of, and I tried to get into back when it first started here in North America, but it never really stuck with me. What do you think about that? What is your experience with Dragon Quest?
So somewhat similar. Like I played through the first Dragon Warrior. And loved it and thought it was great and all of that, and then found Final Fantasy and was like, Dragon what?
Never went back.
And really never went back. And I honestly don't know that I've played enough of any of the other Dragon Quest games to really have an opinion on them, quite honestly.
Same here. I own 1 through 4 on NES, and the only one I've played is the first one.
Yeah, and like I said, I loved it. I thought it was really cool, and I thought Final Fantasy was just that much better.
Right.
Either rightly or wrongly, I was a kid, and kind of those decisions you make when you're a kid are like, I'm on this team or that team, and I picked Team Final Fantasy.
I do think Final Fantasy was a little bit less. The barrier for entry was a little bit lower. Not to say that Final Fantasy 1 is the most accessible game of all time, but I think
certainly not.
North American kids, where we're just getting our first tastes of RPGs, the visuals in Dragon Quest, like the slimes and some of the monster designs, were pretty cool. But Final Fantasy, just from a visual standpoint, from an audio standpoint. Really,
I just thought
general,
it was better.
You're walking around square by square. You have to open a menu to climb stairs and stuff like that. It was less obtuse. So that makes sense. But Dragon Quest has a hell of a lineage, and
it really does.
Not to knock. I know I say that Final Fantasy's music. I think Final Fantasy 1's soundtrack overall was better, and I don't love a lot of Dragon Quest music, but the original Dragon Warriors OST on NES is classic. The main theme is phenomenal. The overworld theme has that really great sense of being lost and alone. It's just such a cool game.
Right.
So Dragon Quest 1 and 2,
but while remaining adventurous at the same time and somewhat hopeful. Yeah, there's a lot there's a lot going on there, and it's a series that I would love to know more about without necessarily slogging through all of the games, and I don't mean that to sound as negative as it does.
Hours. Yeah, there's
but
so
it's
much
so
Dragon
much.
Quest.
It's so much.
I think I'm interested in picking up this one to retry 1, even though you're supposed to start with 3 when this remake thing, which is why they released it first, but I don't have any experience with 3.
Wild. Yeah.
It is wild. Yeah, we're doing some Star Wars shit here. Anyway, moving along. Dragon Quest.
But that's all we have, right? It's the 3 remake in this style, and now the 1 and 2, right? That's
correct.
That's it.
That's telling.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure it's just those 3 that tell that one cohesive story.
Right. I believe so.
3 of those games are related. I think 4 is where they diverged into a different story. I think I
started going off into a new path.
It's not the Erdrick trilogy or the whatever. So, as expected, we move on from Dragon Quest and we go straight to anime nonsense, right? Because we know going in, this is a Switch 1 Direct a few days before Switch 2 Direct. There's going to be anime nonsense and there's going to be farming simulators. So, we got...
They're damn sure better be.
No Sleep for Kaname Date from the AI Somnium Files series that I've never heard of in my life. We got
AI the Somnium Files spin-off.
Yeah. Fucking A.
Yeah.
Raidu Remastered, which I remember as Devil Summoner for PS2. I never played it, but I remember that game. I'm watching it like, Raidu. What the hell? This is Devil Summoner. I reckon they said the word Devil Summoner. What are we talking about here? It's like, it's a remaster of the classic Raidu game. It's like, but the game was called Devil Summoner, right? I'm not crazy. And then I looked it up. PS2.
Fuck is Raidu?
There's a whole Raidu subtitle, but it was called freaking Devil Summoner, and whatever. So, sure, Atlas, do your thing, live the dream. But then we got a closer look. Got a closer look at Shadow Labyrinth.
I'm so fucking excited.
I am too. This game.
Oh, this makes no sense.
Completely bananas. I am just.
Yeah. This is off the rails in just the best fucking way.
Yeah, like that somebody at Namco is just like, no, fuck it. Just make the craziest Pac-Man game you can think of. But even if it didn't have the Pac-Man connection, this looks like a cool-ass game. Like, it's such a weird concept of, like, this endlessly hungry thing. But the weird Pac-Man connection just kind of... Like this, I enjoyed Yars Rising. This is so much more of an interesting reimagining of taking a simple arcade-style game and turning it into a Metroidvania adventure game. This is so much more creative. This is so wild. It looks gross.
This looks
weird.
Awesome.
You can turn to a weird Pac-Man mech that swallows enemies, and you can be Pac-Man rolling along walls and.
What I think is so cool about it is that it does look really intelligently thought out and not just, wouldn't this be fucking wild? Let's throw some shit at a wall. But really it looks like there was a lot of thought and care put into incorporating the Pac-Man-ness of it, you know, like... Yeah, I don't know. This looks completely wild and could be either Game of the Year or a giant steaming pile of shit. And I don't know that there's much in between for it.
See,
this is either going to be great or it's going to be a completely failed experiment.
Yeah, like I have reason to be concerned because it is completely insane, and I can't think of a Namco game. Like, has Namco ever made a Metroidvania type game?
Oh god,
I also don't know who's developing this. I'd like it just says Bandai Namco. Like, let's see. I'm looking at the direct now. Well, let me see if this little screen here says anything about it. Sometimes they'll have some of that developer information at the end.
Right. It just looks insane.
It doesn't say hashtag consume darkness. Yes, please. Yes, please.
100% yes. I want this right now.
Yeah,
It
I'm
comes
really
out in
into this.
July. I want
July
it
18th.
immediately.
It's same. Oh, July 18th. This is definitely going to be a day one pickup for me for sure.
Yeah,
All right.
it says so. I'm looking real quick. The developer is also Bandai Namco.
So this is internally developed, which is wild.
Yeah, Katsuhiro Harada, who is the producer of the Tekken series, is involved in this. So that is kind of cool. Like there's good stuff there from Tekken.
So they're
I don't
in
know
here
that it has.
They're putting the work in. This is
Like they're putting legit people in here.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, because like Bandai Namco is weird. There's a lot of like different studios, and it's not like it doesn't say Studio 1 or Studio 3 or the techno, like whichever studio might be involved in it. I don't know, man. It's wild. I'm really excited for it though.
But this next one took me so completely off guard. Nobody could have predicted this.
Yeah. No.
Patapon 1 and 2 remastered coming to Switch.
Yeah.
This is all right. MLB The Show, that was the MLB.
That makes sense.
Right? That makes sense. MLB said you have to do this, and Sony was like, all right, fine. Lego Horizon?
I guess.
Okay.
Right.
Lego Horizon makes a degree of sense. Lego games sell super well on Switch. Okay, it's still really weird, right? We're getting a Horizon game on Switch, but it's Lego Horizon. That could still kind of excuse that. We still have like the Lego excuse. This is just a straight up, fully owned PlayStation property being put on Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
That is madness. And it's Patapon. Like,
it makes a lot of sense.
Cool. It makes a ton of sense. This is such a neat idea.
It makes a lot of sense for it to be on Switch, yeah. It's a good platform for it. Like we've talked about, like with the PSP and Patapon being like a thing for the PSP. Like that was one of the defining
that
games
was one of
on that
like,
platform.
Patapon, Loco Roco, like that kind of weird personality stuff really that made the PSP kind of what it was. But what's super weird here is that I remember when this hit the end, I'm like, I put together that list of Sony IPs for my PlayStation Report articles. Like, this is a PlayStation IP, right? And then I saw Bandai Namco's name at the end. I'm like, what the hell? So then I looked at the bottom, and it says, no, copyright Sony Interactive Entertainment. Yeah. But this port is being developed by Bandai Namco. So, like, Sony hired somebody to port this to somebody else's system. Why did this happen? This is a great idea, but, like, who at Sony is sitting there thinking, you know what we need to do? We need to remaster the first 2 Patapon games. Not the third one, just the first 2, and put them on Switch. And we're going to hire Namco to do it. What? How did this happen?
I think it's more the fact of, like, yes, this is being done by Bandai Namco, but this is also coming to PlayStation. Like, this is not a Switch exclusive,
exactly.
Right? It just seems like it kind of made sense while they were working on it. Of
while
like,
they're here,
hey, while I'm here,
switch.
Yeah, that's how that works, right? That's how game development works. There's just like a little a radio switch that you just toggle.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's still so strange to me.
It's
so
very, very odd.
Weird that Sony, of all platforms, all platform holders, is intentionally putting their games on another platform. That is bonkers.
And that won't be the only time we say that today.
I know if this was a one-off,
weird.
That would be something, but it's not. Anyway, next up, Story of Seasons, fucking farming sim for the win. There it is, guys.
Finally.
God, 8
it
minutes
took forever.
and 19 seconds in. It took us that long to get here, but here we are. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. I think this one's a remake of an older Story of Seasons. I could not possibly care less. Like, I feel the breath being
DS
wasted
thing?
as I say this. Yes, I think it was
I don't know.
DS thing.
This was the moment of the direct where I was like, finally, and I started unzipping. I had to wait 8.5 whole minutes before I could unzip.
Those Harvest Moon cows will never not be.
Never.
And yet they won't be the most important cows we discussed tonight.
No, they will not. What a weird show this is turning out to be.
Really?
Good
All right.
Gravy.
Maybe you unzipped here, but this is where I unzipped at the 10-minute mark, and I knew it was coming, and this was a prediction that I did get right. Metroid Prime 4. I didn't get it 100% right. I thought we were going to see something small here and then a bigger thing at the Switch 2 Direct, and we kind of did. There's a caveat, but the intent behind what I predicted was 100% right, and I will talk about that when we get there. But as of right now, here is a Metroid. We got a decent sized. It was like 3 minutes, I think, of Metroid Prime 4 footage, and it's looking pretty nice. I'm looking at this like, I'm interested. I'm loving the geometry of this very organic looking world, which is one of the things I love about the first Metroid Prime. I'm loving the music. It does look like a Switch game, not in a bad way. This looks like a very good looking Switch game.
Yes.
This looks like similar to Prime Remastered. This is just a really good looking Switch game, but it is still a Switch game. Like, I remember there was some talk, it maybe even came from me in my overhyped imagination, of like when that first trailer dropped, which was a little bit more visually exciting than this. Yes. Of like, is this Switch 2 footage? No, it couldn't be. But this is definitely a Switch 1 game that we're looking at. Yes. But it looks really nice. This is a weird trailer.
It looks good.
This is a weird trailer because of the voiceover. Like, they're just like, this super serious voice being like, and she can use these psychic powers to open doors. Like, okay.
Doors.
To open doors.
But maybe something more than that? Could she not use her hand?
She could pour coffee.
Door?
What else can she do with these psychic powers? What other mundane activity? Because I know I dream of opening doors. When I think of the power fantasy of being Samus Aran in a Metroid Prime game, I often think, boy, it would be great to open doors. So anyway,
but like far away doors, though, like doors like they're not easy to open. Like you would have to walk towards them.
She could just move her hand around. So yes, the big thing, the big reveal on this was psychic abilities.
Yes. So much so that I wrote a blog post about it this week.
You did indeed. More on that in a bit.
We'll
be covering that in the commercials. The psychic abilities look pretty wild. And I've just based on what we're seeing here, we're so clearly seeing like the earliest parts of this, of like the psychic powers. Like, there is still so much to know about this, which is really exciting. But we got some weird alien language voice acting going on. We've got some really cool looking effects and areas. You're not seeing a whole lot in the realm of monsters. Like we get one boss called Carvex that we saw.
Nothing from Dread. Nothing of that from Dread. Crossover.
Yeah, not at
none
all.
Of that
this
in this
is
trailer.
Very much a Prime game. Very much a Prime game.
Right.
And that's one of the things that when I was watching this, kind of like I was like, this looks great. I'm into this, but I wasn't like vibrating, right? Because the original Metroid Prime is a fucking masterpiece. I adore that game. It is one of my favorite games ever. Prime 2, Prime 3, and Prime Hunters are very good. But I don't think
they're diminishing returns. Like, just be honest, it is.
I don't think any of them recaptured the magic of the first one. I think I like 3 a little bit more than 2. But all in all, like, that first one was that lightning in a bottle game.
Yes.
So just seeing this, where this is, excited me, but not like Dread made my head explode. Prime 4 is like, absolutely, I'm there day one. I'm not doing cartwheels, but I'm there. And this trailer solidified that for me. Like, I don't know, will this reach Prime 1 levels of excellence? I don't know. Maybe. Based on what I've seen, I'm not seeing enough, right? Because they're still not showing us much. This trailer, unlike the first one was like, this is the opening area of the game. And there's a bit more action. This one is like, this is the planet that you're going to be Metroiding on. And it looks really neat, but it's knowing how big Prime games are, we've clearly only they're not showing us very much at all. We also didn't get a release date, which is something that I want. That's definitely part of my prediction that I was wrong. I thought this was going to be a day and date thing on Switch 2, but it's not, because even at the Switch 2 Direct, we still haven't gotten a release date for this. Right. So we'll revisit this later, because obviously we're going to see Prime 4 again before the end of the show. But how did you feel about this specific trailer?
I thought it looked really cool. I think it's an interesting direction to take Samus. You know, I wonder if this means we won't go through the typical depowering to the extent that we usually go through in these types of games, right? Like,
yeah,
you know,
it doesn't look like she
obviously
starts with everything, right? It looks like you start with missiles, your regular shot, morph ball, bombs, gravity jump. So, if we're basing,
but that's so much better than what you usually start with, which is like a stick. Like, here you go, Samus.
Well,
just go fucking.
You'll
just
start
with
everything. You'll start
you're
as the walking murder machine, and then, you know, in Prime 1, an explosion goes off. You're like, oh shit, everything's busted. Like, wait a second here. I've taken more damage than that before. What are we?
Yeah, so what are we doing here?
But if we're building the game around these new psychic abilities, which, like, yes, they show her, like, doing some telekinesis stuff, but they also show this cool thing where you can change the trajectory of your shots. Like, it goes this cool slow motion thing, and you're moving.
Yeah, that's what I was getting up to. Like, that looks really cool.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm hopeful that I still get to feel like Samus at the beginning. And it's a trope, and it has to be there to a certain extent with these types of games, because you can't have overpowered Samus running it. Like, it's just absurd. It would, it just doesn't make narrative sense, right?
If you start off invincible, then what's the point of the game?
Then where do you go, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if we're starting off on a higher level than we usually do, and we're building up to things like being able to use the psychic powers to control shots and that sort of thing, like, now there's a lot of really cool, interesting, not just combat applications, but like puzzle solving, that sort of thing, that I was more excited for this one than I was for 2 or 3. Right. This one has me more excited than either of those.
Yeah, I really like the notion of, instead of, maybe, and again, we don't know this for sure, but maybe instead of depowering Samus, they just make her standard powers not as powerful in this world. Like, the things that she can do, like, maybe they just don't matter here, because this is a different planet.
Right.
This is space. You can make it anything you want.
It can be anything you want. You don't have to keep going back to the same thing every time.
Yeah.
So, and granted,
that's something the Prime series has done well, is not going to the same exact things over and over again. But still, this taking advantage of that in this way, I think is marvelous. I love this.
Yeah, and that little stinger right after the credits of the different colored costume,
different suit. It's not even just a different color. This is a totally different kind of suit.
A different suit. Yeah, I know. I say costume,
wild.
but like I was like, oh, what the fuck is that?
And that's exactly what Samus is doing too. She's looking at it like, the fuck is this? So,
and I'm coupling that with the footage that we saw. What was that? Like a year ago, 6 months ago, or whatever, with some of the Dread crossover brought out. Because what's that fucking dude's name? I can't remember the name.
Oh, Psylux. That's not from Dread. That's from Hunters.
Or not? Yeah, not from Dread. Sorry, I keep saying Dread. From Hunters. We didn't see any of that in this, but we know that that's there.
We do,
with a new armor, you know, with a new suit. Like, okay, like I'm really interested.
Same here. This looks great. Way to go, guys. Yeah. Now they follow it up with Disney Villains Cursed Cafe.
I mean, this is definitely not for us, but my kids and Tiff were both really excited about this.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool.
They thought this looked fun because it's Disney, but they're in like weird outfits, and you're making potions for like Jafar, even though he kind of looks like Dr. Facilier instead of Jafar. I feel like it should have just been Dr. Facilier. But
God, Maleficent wearing
Princess
pants.
And the Frog.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's weird. The whole fucking thing, like the whole thing is odd, but but they were super into it, and like they wanted to buy it that day, but like not for $15 or whatever. They were like 10. We probably would have impulse purchased. 15 felt like a bit much for this. I don't know. Yeah, they were excited. It's not for me.
Yeah, it's not for me either. Neither
I'm
is
a
this
Disney
Witchbrook
horror
game.
So
This next one, Witchbrook.
Yeah, this looks fine.
Yeah, looks neat. Not for me, but it looks neat.
Yeah, this would be cool.
We're gonna kind of move past some things.
Yeah,
the Eternal Life of Goldman. Like,
I thought this looked incredible. Like somebody was really wanted to make DuckTales 3.
Exactly. Like, you know what? There needs to be a new DuckTales game. There's no way we're getting that. Like, fuck it. We can have an old guy with a cane. Doesn't have to be a duck. Let's do it.
An upgradable cane with like crazy monsters and shit. This, I thought looked incredible. I was so excited about this.
This looks very, very cool. The Eternal Life of Goldman. That looks great.
Yeah, this looked very us.
I'm very interested to try that one. Gradius Origins too. That's kind of neat. Like, I know we've already gotten. As soon as this starts, I'm like, okay, but like, don't we already have the Gradius games on Switch, like in that Konami collection? And then they got to the end of it, and it's like, plus an all new game. Like, oh, so you got an all new Salamander game?
That's dope.
Now you've got my interest. Not enough for me to buy it because I'm terrible at these games, but you know, that is a cool thing. Way to go, Adam.
Yeah,
thumbs up.
This is something I will probably pick up. These collections go on sale quite a bit.
They do,
on Steam. They go on other places too, but everywhere
they go on sale. So if this drops down to like $5 at some point, I'll probably pick it up just to try the new one.
Yeah, $5 for a new Salamander, Life Force, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they're calling it Salamander 3, so that's what we'll call it. But yeah, $5 for that alone is fine for me. Yeah, I thought this was cool.
Then we get followed up with Rift of the Necrodancer, which I've known about. We've known about this game. You know, this isn't a new thing. I don't know that it had been announced for Switch yet. I just knew that I know it's a thing that's either out or coming out on Steam. I thought it looked super cool. Yeah. Crypt of the Necrodancer was super interesting. This looks vaguely Rhythm Heaven-ish. It's just got such a neat look to it, like crossed with Guitar Hero, I think. I don't know. It looks wild, and it was another shadow drop. I haven't picked it up yet because I'm still on Breakout. Like, I'm almost done. I got like 5 levels left. Breakout is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. I love it. I just love playing it. I'm so sad I'm almost done, but I'll talk more about it later. Anyway, Rift of the Necrodancer, great shadow drop.
I thought this looked really cool. I will pick it up at some point. I loved that they showed that there was Celeste DLC in there. I was like, oh shit, Celeste, and then Super Meat Boy and Peppino from Pizza Tower. Like, I showed that to the kids, and they were like, oh, we have to fucking get it. That looks awesome. This looks really cool. And I did not love Crypt of the Necrodancer. Like, I thought it was
Crypt. I loved Cadence of Hyrule. I thought Cadence of Hyrule was a really good refining of what Crypt was doing. Plus, I'm also
I liked
Zelda
them
horror.
both.
After playing Cadence, I went back to Crypt and was like, this is good, but it felt better in Zelda. This looks like a totally different animal, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm into it.
All right, so this next one. I have never in my life heard this pronounced Tamagotchi. Have we all been pronouncing it wrong?
I have heard it said that way, and I assumed that the people that I heard say it that way were saying it incorrectly.
It's always been Tamagotchi to me, but apparently it's not.
Yeah, apparently it's Tamagotchi.
I don't care.
No, I could not have cared any less about this. Roddy was very excited. And I was like, all right, dude, like, cool. This looks like fucking clown shoes.
This looks like utter garbage. Just
it does, like, I'm not saying that because of
I'm not even saying like just because this isn't for me. I'm just saying like by the standards of a video game, this looks like nonsense. Yeah,
this looked like absolute codswallop, if you will, if you'll pardon my French.
My goodness, how harsh!
I know, dear God.
So we followed it up with Pokemon Legends ZA, a big chunk. This is a good about the same length as the Metroid one. This is another 3 to 4 minutes spent on Pokemon Legends ZA, which, running on Switch looks about as good as you'd expect a modern Pokemon game to look, which is not spectacular. The visuals are...
And does it work? That's the main question.
Yeah, because
is it going to be a glitchy ass fucking mess?
Yeah, it's already got a pretty lackluster frame rate. The art direction is very simple.
It's fine.
This looks like a Wii game that's been HDified, which is kind of how I felt about the other Pokemon games too. We know what this system's capable of. You just showed us Metroid Prime 4. Now, granted, that one's been in development a bit longer, but this one wasn't made yesterday. It's not like...
No. And it's not a new engine.
Yeah, it's...
you're using the same... It's got some cool ideas, like the day-night cycle is a cool idea. Neat. The roaming around the city, and now there's all these different zones, and you walk up to people and you're like, motherfucker, let's do this.
Let's throw our pets at each other. And
that's kind of dope, and the mega evolutions are kind of exciting, and that's cool.
The name
again,
makes
this was
some
something
sense
that Roddy
now.
was...
There's a ZA rank thing. Yeah, John was freaking out over this. John thought this looked
Roddy
really cool.
was really exciting about it.
I'm just looking at this okay. I thought Legends...
Yeah.
See, I remember when Legends Arceus happened, I was like, this looks really cool. It doesn't run perfectly, but it had such a style to it. There was this sense of style to that game overall. It was a really interesting looking game. This one just doesn't look as interesting as Legends Arceus did. But, maybe there's something I'm missing. We still got some time before this comes out, I think. Is there a date on this yet? Yeah, it just says late 2025. So this is we're probably looking
at
a
holiday
season.
Release.
Yeah.
For sure.
But then, my friend.
Then, Kris.
Then I lost my fucking mind.
I got so excited.
This was about
I got so
as excited
for you.
of either of the directs. This is some of the most excited I had been, because within no time there was... All right, so this little character shows up. I was just watching it. A little character shows up and says, hello there. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And as soon as that button press sound happened, I was just like, this is Rhythm Heaven. Immediately, I was like, I know that sound. This is Rhythm Heaven. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you what is this? Okay, are we getting Rhythm Heaven Megamix ported to Switch with some new stuff in here?
Remastered, whatever.
This character doesn't look... This character's unfamiliar to me, but there's no way they made a whole new game, because the guy, Sunku, the guy who was in charge of the music, the big driving force, he got throat cancer and had his vocal cords removed. This series stopped because the dude he lost the ability to sing. That's so crazy to me.
Yeah.
So then,
what a
horrible
thing to have happened to him. Yeah.
And then they're showing this, and these goofy little frowny face Pac-Man looking motherfuckers are
just
walking
marching
around, and they're doing the tutorial thing where they're showing you how to match things up with the rhythm, and I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. This is amazing. But is it a new game, or is it Megamix? And then they keep going forward with it, and it's all new stuff, and I'm like, what the hell? And then they close it out with 2026, and I'm like, what the hell? You're announcing Switch 1 games for 2026? You people are fucking crazy. Rhythm Heaven Groove. But what really, really brought it home to me, because this is clearly early in development, right? The stuff they're showing off. I know what Rhythm Heaven games look like, even on the Wii. They only showed 3 different rhythm games, and they seemed really early in development, which is fine. Oh, they showed a few more in little brief showing off a second of one, a second of the other. But then after it was
bouncing
done,
the tennis balls on his biceps or whatever.
Yes. But then when it was over, they called out Sunku by name. They mentioned who's developing this by name, and that made me so happy. What a wonderful thing to do. Oh my god. They brought back Rhythm Heaven. I thought this series was dead, and I fucking love Rhythm Heaven. I could not believe this. Oh my god.
This was such a wonderful surprise.
Seriously. Just could not have been happier. Okay.
Yeah, it was great.
Big
and
smiles. Then we get this interesting tidbit. All right, so we're talking about the virtual game card thing. On one hand, this is a big improvement. On the other hand, could we just do what everyone else does? Could we just make it that the games on our account can be played on our family's systems or something? Like, could we do you have to Nintendo this so hard?
So hard. Like I added Roddy and Penny to my Steam Deck family, and they can just play whatever I have. That's it. Like that, and that's the end of that story. There's nothing more for me to say about it. That's the whole thing.
There doesn't need to be any more. That should be all you need to do. But Nintendo's gonna Nintendo, and they Nintendo'd this hard that it's
I'm gonna rent games to people for 2 weeks that will then automatically. What the fuck?
I'm like, this is so insane. It's brilliant. Like, I'm just like, okay, I can't not respect this. This is so stupid. But you have committed so hard to and it's so much better. I can let John use my digital games, which is that's really one of the main things I wanted. And like, he's not going to play a digital game for more than 2 weeks. And even if he does, once it comes back to me, just lend it out again. It's really not that big a deal. It's like folders. Remember when they're like, here's folders, but... on Switch, like, here's folders. You got to go to a different menu to get to them, but they're there.
But they do, in fact, exist.
They're here.
Why did you do it that way? Bastards.
But they spent a decent amount of time talking about this, and it's a neat idea. Like,
they spent a decent amount of time talking about this because it's needlessly confusing.
It is quite out there.
So much more than it needs to be.
It brought up a lot of questions. But, like, I get why it was here. Like, because they wanted to kind of get this out of the way ahead of Switch 2. Like, you know, this is infrastructure we're building specifically for the transition from Switch to Switch 2. And, like, the fact that, you know, my cousin, the kids' cousins are on our family plan. So, like, they can swap digital games with their cousins. Like, anyone within your family group can access your games. You just have to do this weird digital cartridge trading thing. But it's better than nothing. Like, it's better than the absolute shit show we had
better
before.
Than nothing.
It is a big, fat, Nintendo-sized step in the right direction. So, okay. And I remember afterwards, like, a bunch of people, seeing a lot of people online, like, who the fuck is this for? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's like, no, you are clearly somebody who only owns one Switch. You're somebody who hasn't, you don't have children. You haven't encountered this problem before. This is huge for us. It's still frustratingly Nintendo, though.
Yes. Very much. Yeah.
All right, now we got the sizzle reel. No, go. Do you have anything else to add to it?
No, it just doesn't have to be that complicated.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. But it could you really have seen them doing it any other way?
No, definitely not.
All right, then we got the sizzle reel. We got some partner games. We got High on Life. That was like, that's got some sort of connection to Rick and Morty, like the guy who made Rick and Morty. That's kind of problematic now, I think.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Star Overdrive. I think we had seen Star Overdrive before. I remember we saw this at a previous direct.
Remember it?
I think this was the game that we all looked at and said, I'd play that on a different platform. Yeah, because it looks like shit on Switch. It looks like a neat idea with some cool artwork that runs at like 15 frames per second. So absolutely not. The Wandering Village looks like more farming sims to me.
Yep. But on the back of something that moves.
Yeah, neat.
So that's fun.
Got something called King of Meat.
Love meat.
But it doesn't look like... I don't understand why it's called King of Meat. It just looks like a you know, I don't know, multiplayer thing. I didn't see any meat anywhere. Whatever. Lou's Lagoon looks kind of cute. Then they showed off Level 5 showed off Fantasy Life that looks like it's running like garbage. Like, Why would you show this off right now? That looks terrible. Make that better.
Didn't look good.
No.
It's like, oh boy, that's a choice.
Yeah, that game was not ready for prime time. Please don't release it looking like that. Saga Frontier 2 remastered. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's exciting. I have forever hated the font used in that because
Frontier.
I always thought it was Saya Frontier.
Yeah,
and I was like, that's the dumbest fucking thing ever. Like, what is Saya Frontier? And it made me feel stupid. And then somebody was like, you mean Saga Frontier? And I was like, no, I fucking don't. Look at what's written there. That is a Y.
Just look at the spine.
Yeah, at best.
Look at the copyright information. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, are you familiar with Monument Valley? I've never heard of these before. These look wild.
Yeah,
though.
They're really fun. They're really, like, interesting, fun puzzle games. They were one of the, like, when mobile gaming started to become something that was taken a little bit more seriously. Huh. These were some of the games that were pointed to as a look what you can do. And I was like, oh, these are actually, like, real games. This isn't just Angry Birds or a Match 3 thing. This is a for real interesting puzzle game. They're very cool.
Yeah, they look pretty neat. But then we got,
if you like that sort of perspective puzzling kind of thing,
then we get, and I love the name of this. This hit on so many different levels. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots.
Yeah.
So, like,
there it is.
It's not called Hot Shots Golf anymore, but there's nothing anywhere that says you can't use the words hot shots. So
that's right.
Everybody's Golf Hot Shots. On Switch.
On Switch. I adore the Everybody's Golf / Hot Shots series.
Yeah, a lot of folks do.
It's great.
I don't love the character designs, to be perfectly honest. But then again, that doesn't really ultimately matter. Like,
no. It's awesome. I love it. I love that it's on Switch.
This is the same thing. Bandai Namco is doing the port or the development, but this is a fully owned Sony property. This is 2 PlayStation-ass games on Switch. One was crazy. That we got 2 is just... I don't know what to make of that. What a strange thing.
I know, like, again, is Mr. Mosquito coming next?
It's right? Again, perfect fit.
Or Jumping Flash. No, but it really is, though.
It is.
Yeah,
it's
that
great.
would be. And this is the kind of thing that I've been screaming about for fucking years. Put your shit everywhere.
Put the shit where you think it'll sell.
Yeah, who cares? Doesn't matter. Like, Hot Shots Golf or Everybody's Golf was never the reason that you bought a Sony platform. That wasn't the exclusive that was driving console sales. Right? So, like, okay, put it wherever people will play it. That's all. It's great.
Like
it's a great game.
Make money off it. It's not like it's probably not going to cannibalize too many sales on the PlayStation platform.
I would doubt it. Yeah.
Like, sure, there's probably going to be some people who are like, yeah, I'd rather play this on the Switch. You know, do the portable thing.
I can play this portably. Yeah, like, this is great.
But by and large, this is probably going to do almost exactly the same that it would have done on PlayStation, but also do really well on Switch, because this is exactly the kind of game that Switch fans like.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's good stuff.
So this Direct is just a Direct for weird people so far. And then you get...
This is just chock-a-block full of game announcements.
This next
just game after game after game.
I didn't get at first. Like, I didn't understand how cool this was at first. Because, like, we're talking about Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I'm like, oh, cool, it's a new Marvel beat-em-up. This looks cool as hell. This looks great. And I did not realize until afterwards that this is the team that did Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes.
I went from, like, super hyped to crazy super hyped. This looks so fucking good.
This looks incredible. This might have been the thing I was the most excited about from this Direct.
I mean, I can understand why. Like, I'm looking at this, and like the moves that like Storm and Venom are doing look straight out of Marvel vs. Capcom. Like,
yes,
this is so clearly done.
Even Captain America's like punch combo, is like the different moves, like the strong or the light, medium, fierce moves that you would use in like a Street Fighter or in Marvel vs. Capcom, which I guess it's just light and fierce, but whatever. I watched this. I was like, what the fuck is happening? And I could switch between characters, and there's weird characters in this. Like, why the fuck is Phyla Bell here? This is amazing.
I love it. And like, what's cool about, so like in Ninja Turtles, we were all like, all right, what other characters could they throw in as DLC? But there was like, there's a cap to how many characters you can come up with that you could reasonably put as DLC in Ninja Turtles. Marvel roster is fucking limitless. And especially in video games, there's not a whole lot of specific rights tied up in who can use what characters in video games. They could put all kinds of characters in this. Oh my god, this looks so fucking good.
This looks awesome. And again, I will ask the universe to provide the one thing I always ask them to provide, which is crossplay.
Crossplay.
That's all I want.
And thank you. Give us the crossplay. Make it happen.
Please.
So here we are. We're coming up on the end of the Direct, right? Where we knew how long this was going to be. We've only got a few minutes left in the Direct. What's their one more thing? Because they blew Metroid already, right? I figured either you're going to start with Metroid, or that's going to be that's your big closer. What's your big finish for this weird ass Direct? And this thing starts off, and I'm looking at it like, is this fucking Animal Crossing? And
that's what I thought too.
And then I saw the me, and I was like, is this Tamagotchi life? What the hell?
Yeah.
And I'm just like sitting back like, this is your big finish? What is wrong with you? And then I remembered how big this game was. And then I remembered that there hasn't been one in like 13 years or something. And I remembered there is a sect of the internet right now that is freaking the fuck out the way I did for Rhythm Heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Roddy,
that's not me.
Again, super fucking excited for this. And I was like, dude, I cannot imagine caring any fucking less about this than I do.
I tried on the 3DS. They had that demo. I gave this a shot.
Yeah.
The thing with the fucking giant woman at the end did make me laugh out loud. Like, she bends down with a weird deep voice, like, you wanted to talk to me. It's like, okay, that's fucking funny. But, like, I tried the demo out on 3DS, and I didn't get it. It just did not connect with me. But I know that there are a lot of folks that this really did connect with. It looks like it looks like they're using, I don't know if they're using the full Miitopia Mii Maker, but it does look like the Miis are more complex than they were in the 3DS and Wii era. So once I wrapped my head around the fact that this entire Direct was for weirdos, I was like, yeah, okay, this tracks. This makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
this all makes a little bit of sense now.
The real show is in less than a week. This was just a bit of fun. And another 2026 game, showing us that you will be supporting the original Switch through 2026 at least. So
there is commitment, to the original system. Which, spoilers for the rest of the show, is probably a good thing.
Probably a really good thing.
Probably a smart idea.
This wasn't where they ended. This wasn't the one more thing, which is fucking crazy to me. So at the end of this, Miyamoto comes out. I'm like, what, are we going to do another theme park update? You selling me a new alarm clock? What are you here for? What fucking nonsense? Because they said that was the last game announcement. I knew it wasn't going to be another game, so what are we doing? And we're doing Nintendo Today.
Yeah.
Which I'd be lying if I said I didn't boot this thing up every day with a smile on my face. It's cute,
sure.
And I get it.
I'm shocked it did not cost any money. And, I'm not saying that to be an asshole. I'm legitimately surprised it doesn't.
I'm not, just because this is a sales tool. This is like this here. This is
still,
if you have it does require you to have a Nintendo account. And like the whole point of this is to get you to spend money. Like I get this one, not costing money. this seems like a way to centralize this stuff that makes them not have to rely so much on Twitter and Facebook, right? This seems like a way for them to like kind of take a little bit more ownership back on their messaging without having to deal with social media the way they have to the extent that they've needed to.
Right.
And it's cute. It functions. It's got some. It needs some work. It needs some updates. You know, I've been using it every day.
Sure.
My biggest gripe is that if you have like my phone, the sound is never on my phone. Like I just never turn
either.
it on.
Yeah.
But,
I'm not
you know,
a fucking monster. Yeah.
If I'm on Blue Sky and a video is on there, if I tap the video, it starts playing sound. If I'm on YouTube,
right,
when I tap the video, it starts playing sound. That's not how this works. You have to turn on your phone's like notification sounds in order to hear videos that play within the app, which is bush league shit. Pull your finger out of your
really
ass.
is.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Again, we put a man on the moon. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It is cute. Like you open it up and you get a cute little animation. You can turn on a bunch of stuff, like a whole lot of information. Like tell it what your favorite games are, and it'll give you like some Metroid history or something. It's different for everybody, which is interesting and annoying. Like you get a random assortment of things, and like a lot of it is recycled content from their YouTube channel from like years ago, which is, you know, kind of neat.
Which
it's
is
like,
fine.
This is evergreen entertainment. Cool. Like maybe did you miss this Xenoblade Chronicles concert? Because from 2019,
here it is.
Here's a song from it. You can turn on the calendar not notifications, but you can tell it to tell you, like, it's going to tell me what's going on in Splatoon 3. It's going to tell me what's going on in Pokemon. What are the sticker fest things or whatever they're called in Smash Brothers? What's going on in Mario Run? Like, anything that's happening in their games, you can have it, like, just, here's a little list of everything that's going on in the world of Nintendo right now. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
It's a step in the right direction. It is a neat thing that I'm glad exists because it started to remind me, once they said they'd be updating it every day with new information on Switch 2, I was like, oh, this is Smash Dojo. Remember Smash Dojo when Brawl came out and every day rushed to the computer and be like, what new bit of Smash information is coming today?
What new nonsense am I going to find out today? Yeah.
Yeah, like this is just a daily dose of semi-curated Nintendo nonsense every day. And it's kind of neat. I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that's that.
And that was the Direct.
Which we could not have gotten any more correct. Again, we are always so spot on with our predictions. It really is quite amazing. I was really, really surprised, like genuinely textbook agog that it was just game after game after game after game. That was just really surprising to me. And then like, wow, here's some digital card bullshit, and then game after game after game.
Virtual game cards. Then game,
but it was just such... I really didn't expect it to be that much new shit.
Yeah, there was a lot of content in here.
I really thought it was... I would have bet money that we would have been a lot more right than we were wrong. Even if we didn't get the specifics of like a player's choice line or pricing or that sort of thing, I really thought we were going to get more stuff like that. I was just so surprised with knowing that the Switch 2 Direct was coming. Like, why are you showing all of these games a week before? That's weird, guys.
Like, I get it. You want to specifically say this is Switch 1 stuff, and you want to not have a ton of Switch 1 stuff in your Switch 2 launch, right? You don't want to focus so much on Switch 1 software during your Switch 2 thing, right? You want to show off, here's the new stuff. Here's all the new games we've been working on. The Switch 1 is the old stuff. Let's focus on the new.
Right.
That's what you want to do, right, Dan?
It is. That's what I thought. It's weird. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So this one was a thumbs up for me. Of course,
I thought it was cool.
Oh, what no new Mario, no new Zelda? It's a Switch 1 Direct 5 days before a Switch 2. What do you? They're not going to drop a brand new Zelda game. Fuck off with that nonsense. Lower your expectations to something reasonable, for crying out loud.
You morons are
We
stupid.
got a new Rhythm Heaven coming. Could not be happier. There was a lot of really genuinely cool stuff in here. Prime 4 looks great. Shadow Labyrinth looks amazing. Patapon's coming to Switch.
Marvel Cosmic, like that looks super cool.
Marvel Cosmic looks ridiculous. Like, there is a decent more good stuff in here than I could have hoped for. Genuinely good stuff. All right. So that's going to wrap up our top segment. We're going to take ourselves a quick break. When we come back, we're not doing any week-old news. We're not doing anything. We're just going to go right into the Switch 2, the Switch 2 situation. So, you're listening to the Stone Age Gamer podcast from geekade.com. Stick around. And now here's a quick look at what's new in the gratuitous rainbow spectrum at stoneagegamer.com.
First up, if you've managed to wade through the blitz of information coming out around the Nintendo Switch 2, you may have learned that Samus has telekinetic powers now, which is fun. How do I know that? Because I've played video games before, obviously. There's nothing quite like the joys of moving things with your mind. And no, really, the Force doesn't count. They've never done it well. I've never played a good Star Wars game where, like, that feels good and intuitive, but maybe there's another game that does it better. Control. Either way, I've counted down my favorite examples of the practice, and you should read about it with your minds. Ooh, don't miss Stone Age Countdown, top 5 examples of synergy. And yes, I stole that 100% from Golden Sun.
Well done. Next. A few weeks ago, I started going through my Switch's library to reminisce about the games that made that platform so darn good. It's probably been my favorite generation ever by this point, once I removed the nostalgia goggles about the Super NES. But while the Switch 2 generation isn't looking like it's burning super bright at the moment, we can still find joy in Nintendo's little handheld hybrid that could's digital library of greatness. Be sure to check out The Games That Made the Switch Generation Nintendo's Best, Volume 2.
Finally, Chris. Who's looking pretty good right now? Other than me, with my eyebrows and beard?
Who's looking good?
Sony.
Yeah,
Sony's looking good, Chris, while Microsoft fights to convince you that your toaster is an Xbox, and Nintendo pisses off literally everyone. Literally, like, my dog woke up this morning and was like, dude,
fuck.
What the fuck? Like, really? With their pricing structure. Sony's sitting pretty with a super expensive system that's looking a little less expensive than it did a year or so ago. How are they doing in terms of their intellectual proprieties? Or properties, if you want to say it correctly. How healthy are their brands? Well, there's only one way to find out. You have to read the PlayStation Report. That's right, God's Getaways and Gravity, which covers all of their games that start with the letter G. And before you ask, no, there isn't any. Literally, there isn't. I've tried. There is no other way to obtain this information. Don't try. I've tried for you. I've done it. It doesn't exist. It's not possible. Chris has covered it. That's the only way. Thank you.
Truth. For all this and more, Be sure to check out the gratuitous Rainbow Spectrum under the blog section every Wednesday at stoneagegamer.com. All right, everybody, we are back, and we have much to discuss.
That wasn't that much more enthusiastic.
No, not that much more. First things first, we'll be skipping what's new at Stone Age Gamer. We'll be skipping what's the week-old news because we just have a lot to talk about. But before we do, this is the first podcast being recorded this month. Just for our podcast listeners, we are giving out a special coupon code for our site. The coupon code this month is YARS, as in the Atari game Yar's Revenge. All caps, YARS. This will get you $7 off of orders $50 or more. This coupon code is valid until April 30th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Limit 1 use per customer. The $50 threshold is based on order subtotal, does not include shipping or taxes, cannot be combined with other coupon codes, and it does not apply to pre-ordered items. Once again, that coupon code is YARS for $7 off orders of $50 or more. Enjoy, you freaky alien bugs! And with that, it is time to discuss the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct from April 2nd, 2025. And it feels like a whole different world since then. It really does.
It really does, and it was a few scant days ago.
Indeed. Indeedy do. All right, where are my Switch 2 notes? I have a whole separate note list for this. So they did the Direct, and then they did 2 days of Treehouse Live, and there was a whole bunch of information being updated through various sources and places in the days ever since. There has been no centralized information hub, and like this is the thing that
they
makes
really should have put out an app where they could update this information daily.
Except that they didn't want some of this information to take the spotlight. This is part of what's bothering me so much about this, is that I wanted so badly for this to be a slam dunk, because they have had so much extra time to put into this, right? They've been talking about Switch 2 for a long time, and it's been rumored that behind the scenes, this thing's been pushed back because the Switch 1's still selling. They're trying to make sure they got all their ducks in a row. They've had a long time to get this right, and I cannot shake the feeling, and I've had a couple of days to sit with it. Some of this was very avoidable, and I have to say that I think some of this is coming from a place of either a combination of arrogance, greed, and just being so out of touch with reality.
This, if I can just say before we start, this is the first time in a long time. Because remember, kids, corporations are not your friends. Even when they make Mario games, they're still not your friends. But this was the first time where it felt so directly like the PlayStation 3 conference.
I will say
that
there
was
a
how
bit
I
of that,
walked away from this. I
there
felt
was a bit
like,
of that feeling.
$5.99 US dollars.
That was a lot. It at first felt a little bit like that, and then I learned some things. And I felt after this Direct, I felt a certain way about things, and it was because I was woefully uneducated on a lot of the things that they were talking about, which we will get to that. So let's get the bad news out of the way. Let us get the bad news out of the way, because unfortunately, the bad news is the whole story. As cool as things that they've showed off looked like, and as much as there are still folks out there be like, it's the Switch 1.5, nothing new, they're just repeating themselves, blah, 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 when like,
right.
Really,
that's what everybody wanted. Just please do the Switch, but better.
Do the Switch, but better. And they did both. They did the Switch, but better, but they also did a whole lot of different stuff, more than they let on at first. But anyways, the bad part was the pricing. The system itself, which they did not announce during the Direct. They avoided the price for all of it, the system and the games, during the entire Direct. And they did this on purpose because they knew that the pricing wasn't going to go over super well. It is my thought that they were banking on they need to sell it first so that the price doesn't seem so bad. That the people will look at this and say, fine, I'll pay this much for it because this stuff looks that good.
I have to. I have to have it. Yeah.
The base system is $449.99, a good $50 above what almost everybody thought this was going to be. Almost everybody thought this was going to be $400. Yeah, right.
$50 under what I thought.
Yeah, and then the version that comes with Mario Kart is $500. That took me a minute to digest. I thought, you're crazy. And I still do, to an extent, think they're a little crazy, because you have now priced yourself out of that sweet spot. There is absolutely no, in this country, outside of rich people, casually buying this. It's just not a thing. This is you've now made this a decision. There's no impulse buying now. This is a real decision to drop that kind of money on this. The bigger problem, this made more sense once I understood the tech that was in it better. Because at first I'm like, you're out of your mind. Then they said a bunch of tech stuff, and we'll get to that during the Direct. Right. And I'm like, okay, I don't pay attention to that shit, so all right, whatever.
I don't know what any of this means. Yeah.
Then I learned what a lot of that stuff meant and how it compares to other hardware on the market, and I'm like, the price tag makes sense. Okay, I can swallow that. It's the games that bother me, specifically Mario Kart.
Before you get to that, let me give you my reaction on the price of the system.
Okay.
Before we talk about the games. My reaction mirrored yours to a certain extent, but here is the problem. Problem is the wrong word. Here is the concern that I have with and like, I think for sake of argument, let us ignore the $449, because if you're not buying the $500 one, I think you're fucking nuts.
The $500 one's also temporary. That's not an ongoing bundle. That is a limited time thing. So I don't want to. Sure. I don't think it's fair to ignore the $449 because that's the price of the system.
Okay. Regardless, and my point I think stands either way. But just for the purposes of that price point, this is now, and my feeling on the price was confirmed or was reaffirmed after thinking about the games lineup and the things that are coming and the developers that they showed. This system is now in competition with Sony and Microsoft. At that price point, you are now direct competition. Whereas before, you were not.
You're a different animal. Now you have to come. Now you're competing for those dollars. You have now entered.
This is a competitive thing.
Prestige market, if you or whatever you want to call it. Like you're no longer.
And I have some concern there.
As do I. Particularly after we've seen some of the things that we've seen, there are concerns that come to mind. However, it's the games that have caused the real ruckus. Because while you can look at the price of the system, and I don't like it, but the maths on the price of the system when compared to other things on the market. It makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. The games...
Sure, I would love everything to be cheaper.
The games less so. Mario Kart is $80. That is $20 more. The other platforms just started getting the general populace used to the $70 games, right? And Donkey Kong, which we'll get to, is a $70 game. A bunch of their games are $70, but a bunch of them are also $80. $80, a $20 increase over your standard first-party pricing on Switch 1.
Yeah.
Now...
That's a lot.
They made the argument during when Tears of the Kingdom came out at $70. They made the argument, look, we've put a metric shit ton of resources into this game. We worked our balls off to make this game what it is. We think that it is worth this much money. Go. And I respected that. All right, I didn't like it, but I respected it. You know, they are proud of what they did, and they said, we think this game is worth X amount of dollars, and that's what we're sticking with. Again, I didn't love it, but I respected that. And
I disagreed with you then.
This is different. There's no question I'm going to get $80 worth of play out of Mario Kart. There's no question about that. The fact of the matter is...
I'm still playing 8.
It's still... Exactly. I'm still playing 8. That game's a fucking decade old. But...
Yeah.
It still doesn't change the fact that, like, it's not the only $80 game. It's a huge increase over where you were, and you're not reading the fucking room. Look at the world around you. No one can afford anything right now.
Right.
This is the time where you get a straw, you suck it up, and you do something that endears you to the people you're trying to sell your products to. Because this ain't it. If you're not going to do the typical thing and take a loss on the hardware to try and make up the money on selling a fuckload of software, you've got to give something here. And Nintendo didn't give anything. They did not give a fucking inch in this. They were like, no, we deserve every penny that we are pricing these things at, and you're going to pay it because you're going to think these games look really cool. And they're not entirely wrong. Those games do look really cool, but they are pushing that value proposition hard. And the fact really that nobody, not a person at Nintendo, made a public statement about any of this until today is super weird, is super concerning, because I was listening to
they're super out of touch.
I was listening to Kit and Krista, the two that used to be Nintendo employees, and then they started their own little thing or whatever. I was listening to them, and their insights were really interesting on this, because they were saying that back in the old days, you had Reggie, you had Iwata, and when shit went south, those two would get on camera. They would be out there answering questions and explaining themselves and taking the heat. Nobody's taking the heat right now. So there's just misinformation being spread all over the place, lots of questions, and both of their Treehouse live streams, the entire comment section was hours upon hours of lower the price. This is a PR disaster, because the entire story of Switch 2 right now is not the games, it's not the hardware, it's not any of the cool new things it can do, it's the price. The entire story is this costs too much. That's your whole public perception. And it might get worse, which we'll get to. But, they let this get away from them completely. They did no damage control. They just let this float out. And it's astounding to me. Because, again, I understand swallowing, the getting up to the $70 price point. Again, I don't like it, but we've been paying $60 for games for a very, very long time, and they are getting more expensive to make. They're getting more complex. I don't like it. I am not white knighting for this price increase. I'm just saying that it makes fucking sense. Just if I was in the position of running a business and it was costing me exponentially more to make a game now than it was 10 years ago, it makes sense to examine a price increase. But a $20 price increase? No, I don't think so.
Well, and here's the thing, right? And I think a large part of it comes down to the fact that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. A lot of times. I don't know why Concord cost so much money. I don't know why. Because what I do know is that people who work in the games industry are not getting rich unless they own the fucking company.
Unless they're in the corporate side of it. Those people get plenty rich.
Excuse me. Those people get plenty rich. So you want to tell me, right, we're defending our prices because we believe that this game is worth it. I don't fucking care what you believe, because you did not kick that money down to your fucking development teams. And no company does.
Nintendo does to an extent. Nintendo does offer profit sharing and stuff, as far as I know. They're not indulging in the mass layoffs. They are reinvesting that money into the company. They're not making their employees rich, but they also don't have the highest paid CEOs in the world, right? Again, I'm not trying to white knight for this company. I'm just trying to state facts, because it's very easy to get lost in comparing them to your Activisions and your Ubisofts and stuff.
Sure.
And they are a very different animal. They are still capitalists. They are still a corporation. But they are still a
corporation that is not your friend.
Exactly. But in the overarching narrative of corporations, as far as those go, this is about as good as you could ever expect one to be.
Sure. They're a mini boss, and Bobby Kotick is the fucking final boss.
They're not filling these games with live services or anything like that. They're not chasing that same disgusting train. They like the money that they make does get invested back into the company and back into research and development. This is why they're so different. But still,
a $20 increase,
a $20
a game, and that's just for Mario Kart World.
Yeah,
they are telling you that they are going to charge whatever the fuck they want. Right? And I know I've read the arguments and all that stuff is like, well, you know, games have been the same price for this long, and inflation, and the dollar per length are like, there's a lot of different arguments, and I don't buy fucking most of them. I really don't. Because really at the end of the day, like where this comes down to me is like, yes, video games have stayed at a somewhat stagnant price for a long time. Wages have been stagnant longer. And it goes back to what you said at the beginning of this, Chris, of you're not reading the fucking room. Like, you're not reading the fucking room here, man. And like,
who are you going to sell this to? Like, you have to think, the game, who are you going to sell this to?
The pricing of the games made me, and this is the way I felt, like after watching the Direct, and we'll talk about the things like that we were excited about, because there was stuff that I was legitimately excited about watching through this. I thought there was a lot of really cool stuff that they showed off, and I was like, oh, this is really exciting. And then after reading about the price of the system, I was like, okay. But like you, I was like, I get it. I understand why this is priced the way it is. And then I saw the game pricing, and I was like, fuck, dude, like all of that combined, and then the stuff over the last couple of days, like ultimately what I have gotten the most excited about for after watching all of this is the Steam Deck 2. And the reason for that is because I am, to give away what we're going to talk about a little bit, I am really excited about Donkey Kong Bananza. I think that looks awesome. I don't know that it looks $70 awesome, and Nintendo never lowers their prices. So even if I want to get a Switch 2 in 4 years, that game is still going to be $70. And that is where my concern with the game pricing, specifically with Nintendo, gets to. Because yes, Spider-Man 2 came out at $70. And I bought that game for $70, and I feel like I got $70 value out of it. But also, 6 months later, it was $40. And it definitely got $40 of value, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like God of War. At that game, but ARMS is still $60.
Right, but ARMS is. I will rebut that with this, and again, I can't say this with any degree of certainty, but I do know that in the past, Nintendo has been willing to make changes when necessary. If their games are not selling to the point that they think that they should, it's possible we'll start seeing things like a player's choice line or some sort of price decreases. The 3DS happened. Right? And if they've priced themselves out of a lot of people right here. Like there's no two ways about it. They have priced themselves out of a lot of players. Like they have already, with these prices, they have officially limited their audience more than I ever would have feared that they would have done, because you've made this too expensive for a large portion of this country that's living paycheck to paycheck, and it's only going to get worse. Everything is so much more expensive now, and it's only getting worse. So I don't know who they think they're selling this to. Like, I just don't know. You're not capturing that PlayStation 5 audience, right? You're not capturing that audience that's going to be like, yeah, I'll drop $700 for a PS5 Pro. No problem. I've got no wife, no kids, and I live on an inheritance or some shit like that. Like, you're not going to get that crowd, because this does do some very cool tech stuff, but it's not a top of the line PC. I'm baffled. I am utterly baffled by their decision here. And all we can do is guess as to why, because they're not answering the question. They are not answering why is Mario Kart this expensive. If they were capping their games at $70, I would accept that as a reality of where we are as an industry. But they're not capping it at all. They're just like, here we are.
Right. They have said we are going to charge what we think it's worth. So what is Metroid Prime 4 worth to them? What is the next Legend of Zelda worth? Is it 100? Is it 120? Like,
we've
where
already been
is
having
that
this
limit?
Conversation with Grand Theft
Auto 6.
Right.
Yeah.
What's GTA 6 going to cost? They could drop that game at $100 and it's still going to sell a bajillion copies.
Of course it would. Yeah.
It smells to me like that's where Nintendo's head was with Mario Kart, because it's one of the best-selling games ever. So, yeah, slap a huge price tag on it and see what sticks. That's so smells
greedy.
Like
that's so shocking.
It smells like arrogance.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure the people who made that game looked at Tears of the Kingdom and said, we've put as much work into this as they did. I think this deserves to be prestige pricing. And again, this is all guesswork because they're not talking about it. They're not answering. We have no actual idea why these games are priced the way that they are. And the fact that they avoided talking about pricing throughout the entire thing, it makes sense, because also there's the other side of this. It is entirely possible that these things are priced the way that they are as a preemptive move against the global economy crashing. They looked at this, they did a cost analysis and said, this is what we need to earn to maintain our current position as far as like our company's solvency. We need to earn X amount of dollars. And with everything potentially getting so much more expensive and the uncertainty going all around the world, we need to preemptively put prices somewhere where if things get worse, we'll be okay. But if things get better, we have room to go down. That makes a degree of planning ahead sense to me. That makes some of this stuff make sense. The Nintendo did with the fucking 3DS. They launched the 3DS at what they thought that thing was, and nobody bought it. And they were like, you know what? I'm sorry, we fucked up. Here's a huge ass price cut and a Mario Kart and a Mario game and a bunch of free games for everybody who bought this early. Nintendo has this in their history. When they launched the fucking Famicom and they fucked up the buttons to the extent that they just didn't work, they could have done any number of things, but instead they recalled the system. They ate that cost to win over customers. Right? They did the pro-consumer thing, and it paid off big time. But then you've got the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, and they didn't do a recall. They did this weird middle ground. Like, sure, they'll fix it for free, but you're going to be without your controller for a couple of weeks. Like, right?
Don't you just want to buy new ones?
Yeah,
and Reggie's not there anymore, and Iwata's not there anymore. It's a different company now.
It is. Reggie was the one who fought for Wii Sports to be a pack-in title.
Right.
It was because it wasn't a pack-in title elsewhere in the world, because Nintendo, the people who make these games take a lot of pride in their work, and it's not about,
of course,
exactly, they should, but it's not about this greed thing all the time. It's about, like, the people who made Wii Sports was like, no, this isn't some cheap giveaway tech demo. We put our hearts and souls into this, and we think this game is worth the money. And they don't look at it from the perspective, like, they don't have somebody there championing the people who are going to buy these things. They just have this perspective of, this is what we think this stuff is worth. This is what we value our work at, and we think it deserves to be that. And you can't do that anymore. You just can't be that way. Because if you do, you wind up where Nintendo is today, which is not in a very good position, and they shouldn't be on defense this early, and they are absolutely
before the system's even out. Definitely not.
Yeah, they should not be this far on their heels as far as defense is concerned. Now, the second blow came today. They had announced the price. They had announced the date, which was, June 5th, I think, or June 7th? I don't fucking know.
June 5th. Yeah, 2 days after Tiff's birthday, she was like, fuck, every year there's something to where I don't get a birthday, because now we got to get this shit. It's like, No, we're not.
Is what it is. So they had announced that they were going to start pre-orders on the 8th, on April 8th. That was when the pre-order floodgates were going to open on Nintendo's website and on various retailers. That was when this stuff was officially going to start. The problem is the President of the United States is a dipshit.
Yeah, the Fanta Führer went just fucking crazy.
He announced these just completely. He's waging this tariff war, this trade war with penguins. He's putting tariffs on countries that have no human population because that's how well thought out this is. This is not a politics podcast. I'm just saying it's extremely frustrating because you just. But
here's the thing: like, not everything is political, right? That is true. Not everything is political, but everything can be political, and right now, this happens to be political.
It
just does.
It does indeed.
There is no way to have this discussion without bringing the politics of the world, more specifically the United States, being the largest country, and like with the most GDP, like, and all of that stuff. You cannot have this conversation without mentioning deeply the impact that the current administration in the United States is having on the rest of the world, as naturally it would.
Yes. So Orange Julius Caesar put a bunch of tariffs on pretty much every country in the world, suspiciously except Russia,
North Korea, and Russia.
Yeah, like I wonder why those countries
are the good guys.
Those countries
Kris?
in specific didn't have any tariff. That's really strange that they would admit those two countries. Anyway, that coincidence aside, because of this, Nintendo has indefinitely delayed pre-orders in the United States while they reassess the situation.
Right. They do not want to take a loss on system sales. I think, like you said earlier on our Discord, the only time they've done that was the Wii U.
I'm pretty sure that is the case, yes.
And that did not work out well for them.
Not extraordinarily, no.
Even a little bit, right? Like, even the tiniest bit, that did not work out well for them. So, knowing the value that Nintendo places on their own products, knowing admitting to the fact that Iwata is no longer there, Reggie is no longer there, this feels like a very different Nintendo than what we have been used to. This is the first time that we are getting a product launch without Iwata there, right? Like, he was there for the Switch. I'm right there, right? Like, I'm not making that up.
I don't think he was around anymore for the Switch. No, I think
no. Okay,
I feel like he passed away before this. Like, he was involved in in the lead up to it, but I think he passed away.
That's what I thought. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like he was involved in the So this is the first time that we're getting this new Nintendo. This is a new company now, right? Like, it's still Nintendo, but there is new fucking management, and we don't know if they're going to be willing to take a loss because the system itself is being manufactured. From all the reports, that seems to be that the system is produced in Vietnam, and Vietnam was hit with a 46% tariff by the Fanta Führer, and that would necessitate Nintendo selling to keep the same margins as what we know now. Like, and again, a lot of this is guesswork because this is just what we know based on what's publicly available. But the base price system, in order to keep those same margins, would have to be around $650 in the United States.
And that's officially too much.
And that is a non-starter.
Exactly.
Like, you might as well not even sell it in this country.
Yeah, that's when you start determining, like, are you only going to sell it in the United States on Nintendo.com? Like, that's when you have to start making those decisions about, like, do you just cut retail out entirely? Because
right, and only the hardest of hardcore are going to pay that price.
Exactly, because that's what Steam Deck does. You don't go to Walmart to buy Steam Deck. You have to buy it through them. And because if that wasn't the case, then that system would have to cost more because they'd be dealing with retail partners and all that stuff. So that's when you have to start having those conversations. Like, when does it make sense to just not follow through with this, with your original plans? Again, we don't know that all this stuff is going to stick. The Canada tariffs were effectively stopped. We don't. This guy makes no sense. He doesn't follow through with a lot of the things that he says. I don't know if you know this about him, but he says a lot of things and then he doesn't do those things. I mean, I seem to remember no small number of promises about how day one prices were going to go down on everything, and that is not me paraphrasing. Obviously. They've definitely gone down everywhere. Taking anything out of context, those are the words that came out of the man's mouth. It's recorded everywhere.
Black and white, clear as crystal. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You lose. You get nothing. Good day, sir.
I said good day.
I said good day. It is just an insane reality that we live in, where this, and it seems really odd of Nintendo to not have factored that in to the presentation.
Well, I think that is a question. Like where I said before, is it possible that the pricing that they did hit us with after the presentation, but the pricing that they did announce was already factoring this in? Because the tariffs that just came out I've heard them referred to way worse than the worst case scenario. Like, nobody saw this coming, because this is unhinged even by those standards. So it's entirely possible that this pricing here was already inflated to handle the tariffs, and then the tariffs hit. And again, where they said, the only announcement that they have said is that this is about the tariffs, but I'm fairly, according to the Kit and Krista folks who used to work at Nintendo, they have constant reports on what people are saying about their platform. So while they said out loud, it's just the tariffs, part of me has to wonder if they are rethinking their entire strategy at this point because of the backlash. Because, like I said, the entire public perception of this system right now, every piece of the press is centered on the price. Right. No matter how cool something looks, the public perception is always back to, okay, it looks great. I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. Can't afford it. It's a ripoff. Piracy. Don your pirate hats. Steal everything from Nintendo. The whole conversation, light or crazy serious, I'm diving into piracy, it all comes back to that price. So I don't know, man.
It's a hard sell,
what
man.
Are they going to do?
It is.
Are they going back and rethinking their entire strategy? Are they going to come back with some sort of lower price tier? Not on the hardware, but like something else with the games. Are they going to lower the price of the games? Are they going to offer some other incentives as far as the games are concerned? We may have actually seen some of that already, which we'll get to in a bit. It's entirely possible that they've already made adjustments based on what they did, because they probably had a couple of different pricing structures in place before this went up. Like they have no doubt gone through a number of different pricing options for this platform and then landed on this one as their safest bet. And that's probably why it wasn't factored into the actual presentation. They probably made this decision on what this was actually going to cost like the day of or the day before. Like, who the hell knows?
I mean, maybe. Yeah. It's such a wild thing, and it's just something that, I mean, again, we can only speculate. We can only, we're just two schmucks from New Jersey. We do not handle corporate marketing strategy. I mean, we don't not handle it. We are very big, important people, but certainly not to this scale. Pricing a global console launch, you know.
I am not an actual analyst. I've just been around for a very long time.
Yeah, it just seems wild to have missed the mark so hard.
Yeah, and they did.
Because
they missed
even
the mark a lot.
Like, even thinking back to the PlayStation 3 debacle, it was bad, and it certainly affected sales. But it also wasn't this. This is worse. Because
social media wasn't what it is back then.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. This is worse.
This is so much worse because there's just misinformation spreading everywhere. Everywhere. Physical version of Mario Kart's going to be $90. No, it's fucking not. But somebody said that somewhere, and it's getting re-reported and re-reported because, it's not easy to debunk that because it's not like they're not being specific on their website that it's not going to be $90 for the physical version.
Right.
You had to
because maybe it will be. Maybe they'll lower the price of the console and raise the price of the games.
Who knows?
We have no fucking idea.
We really don't know, and I bet they don't either. I bet they don't know what to do right now because we're in unprecedented times, and they're trying to launch a system and make profits, and they're looking at this all crabbed. I still liked my notion of dropping the price on the Switch and et cetera. I still stand by that. Would have been a really great thing to do. I think maybe releasing that Switch SP this year, maybe wait a year or two before doing that. But I still stand behind the notion that they needed to look at the Earth, right? I was saying before, they have an opportunity to have another Animal Crossing moment, right? And they have an opportunity to be the exact right thing at the exact right time. And they will make less money in the short term, but more money in the long term. Because they will build so much fucking goodwill if they came out with something that was affordable for everybody.
And
their Switch
did
2...
they just not do that.
They did not do that at the fuck all.
No. Yeah, all right. The entire time this was all happening, I was just sitting there thinking, what a bummer for my Nintendo people. Because this is a fucking bummer. There's a lot to be excited about.
I wanted this to be a slam dunk so bad. That's an interesting choice of words when we get to the middle of the presentation.
Yeah.
But I wanted this to be a slam dunk so bad, and it just wasn't. And then, the next day, the first day of Treehouse Live, I was right back on top. I was just like, fuck it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Once I saw more of it, we'll get to that. And then today, with the delaying of the pre-orders and not knowing if it's going to be more expensive now, what they're going to do, all the uncertainty surrounding it, it's a huge, huge fucking bummer.
Yeah.
That
it's been 3 days.
It's been 3 days, and I feel like I've aged 10 years this week.
Yeah.
My God. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to the fun stuff, shall we? The pricing is not great. Now we get to talk about the fun stuff. Now we get to talk about the actual content. What was the content? What exists here in the world of Nintendo Switch 2 that we have to get excited about? First, the Direct itself was weirdly put together.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Those three dudes are not Iwata.
No, they're not. But you know what? I really liked that they were put in charge of this because they're the ones that made this. They're these are the guys that were in charge of this whole project. Fuck it. Those are the three guys that are doing the presentation. And I was so happy for them that they got to be the face of what they had put all the work into. That was really cool.
I'm sure they were happy a couple days ago too.
I'm sure they were. I'm sure they're pretty upset now. But, okay, so the Direct itself was weirdly put together, but probably because, again, this is what makes me think that this has been restructured a couple of times. Because, they announced the release date maybe a little bit less than halfway through, but then for the rest of the Direct, people were still not referring to it'll be available on June 5th. It'll be available the day the system comes out. Like, they very intentionally worded around not knowing what the release date was, and then they put the release date smack in the middle there, and then kept doing it for the rest of the Direct. It's like,
yeah,
this whole thing was really weirdly put together, and that was unfortunate. There was also, if you watched this on YouTube in North America, there was a huge audio desync problem. The audio was like a full second and a half behind the video. Then about 3/4 of the way through, it crashed, just full on crashed. We lost. I think most people missed at least one game announcement.
Right.
And but the European stream was spot on, flawless the whole way through. So this was specific to North America. What's fun though is that if you watched the Direct on their new app, the Nintendo Today app, flawless. It was just YouTube where it fucked up. It wasn't on the app, which is kind of hilarious to me.
Yeah, that's wild.
Anyway, so yeah, that's that. Let's talk about the system itself. Let's talk about the system's design, which we did talk a bit about, the past when they showed this off before. How do you feel about just the system? We're not talking about anything else, just the system itself, the look of the system, the size of the system, the thickness of the system, which they very specifically referred to.
I am a size queen. You know that.
How do you feel about this?
I think it's a good size. I think it'll have a good hand feel. There look to be some nice texturing on the plastic all around it. It's a little smaller than a Steam Deck. The screen is bigger, but the overall width is a little smaller on the Switch too. I don't find the Steam Deck to be all that cumbersome. It is a bit heavy after a while. But, I also have a case on it with a kickstand, so sometimes I just put it down and grab a controller. So that doesn't really bother me. I think the size is... I think it's a good size. It definitely necessitates, the same thing that the Switch did. It necessitates a carrying case and all of that. This is not a throw it in your pocket. We don't fucking wear Jenkos anymore. I think the redesign of the controllers looks nice. The bigger thumbsticks, I appreciate that. I never really cared for the size of the thumbsticks on the original Switch because I have big old man hands, and I man hand all over it. I am still bummed that there is not a D-pad. I think that is just a fucking travesty. Because
at least an officially sanctioned option for one. Like they've sold me on the concept. Like I get it. I understand why you do what you do. Like you want the Joy-Con broken off on its side, but there are those of us who are never ever going to do that. So
we're just not going to I would love to know the number of people that bought original Switches. Right, we're not talking about the Lite. Which you can't detach, right? But just original Switches that only ever played it docked. I very, very rarely play handheld on the Switch because I don't like the Joy-Cons. So mine is always docked. And it surprises me that's just not an option.
Which says to me that the data would suggest that it's not as big of a deal, large scale.
Yeah. But we also live in a world where that could be a swappable thing. There are plenty of controllers that have swappable parts.
You could just sell a left Joy-Con that has a D-pad on it. You could just do that, Nintendo. You could put it in a box, and you could make a bunch of money off of it.
Right.
Why aren't you doing that?
That seems to be the only thing you care about now, you soulless corporate fucks.
Yeah,
I thought all of that looked great. I think the addition of the USB-C on top as well as on the bottom, I think it's smart. It opens up applications. I do think the camera should be built in at this point. That's something like that I would expect from a modern console like that, especially with the focus that they put on camera features and streaming and that sort of thing. I would expect a camera to be built in, just like I will be very surprised if, when the Steam Deck 2 is announced, or Microsoft's rumored portable thing, whatever that ends up being, if that ends up actually being a thing, I will be shocked if that does not have a built-in camera. But overall, I think it looks very nice.
There was a reason for it, and they talked about it in some interview, why the camera was separate, and it made a degree of sense, and I can't find it now. But there was a reason for it being separate, and I would be slightly surprised to not have the camera built in on those other systems. And I think it had something to do with the fact that, like, we all have cameras. Like, there's a large portion of this. This isn't proprietary. You don't need to use Nintendo's camera.
Oh no, sure.
I wish I could find that article that said why that was, but I remember reading something of like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And
and I sent a link to the Piranha Plant camera that's already being made. Like, that's amazing. Yeah, like that's awesome. I'm a little surprised. Ultimately I don't care. Because that's just not a thing that I would ever use.
That's not a feature
on the Switch
come up. Well, I don't know, man. That could be something fun for us to stream in the future. I'm just saying.
Maybe for streaming, sure, but what I'm saying is that, like, for the most part, that's not a deal breaker for me. I was just kind of surprised that webcams are so fucking cheap. It doesn't seem like it would be a big thing to include in the price. For that same $450.
Well, it's less. Overall, I think it's less about the price and more about where do you put it. Like, how you have to find room inside of your system to have that now.
Oh, sure, but there's people a lot smarter than me to fucking do that. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But overall, I did think it looked very nice. My kids were kind of bummed about the lack of color. Penn especially was like, why isn't it colorful though? Like the Switch. I like the colors. Why is it all black? And it will be. And that's what I said. I was like, it's all black so that they can sell you different colors, Penn. Yeah, just like the first one was blue and red, so they could sell you black ones. Like, come on, man. That's obviously why.
Like they
I
have
think
the two
it looks very sleek, though.
I like Switch One. Yeah, it does look very sleek. I like
the new dock. Looks good.
Yes,
that looks like a thing that looks nice.
Yeah, we'll dig into the dock a little bit more thoroughly in a minute. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the tech specs, and this is where I was a little bit not really understanding things at first. So I looked at a couple of comparison pieces out there, comparing the Switch 2 to, first off, Polygon did a great comparison between the Switch 2 and the Steam Deck and how the two of them stack up. Like you said, the size is about the same. The screen size is a little bit bigger. The screen resolution, there was a lot of talk about how the screen itself was LCD. But then there's a whole lot of other words that they said, and even some people in our Discord were talking about how, like, if they did this, that could make it not matter between an LCD and an OLED. And I'm like, okay, you just keep saying things. Apparently, the HDR, is that what it is? That the thing?
Yes.
I don't know. Apparently, the things that all the people that have played the Switch 2, because now there's been a lot of hands-on presentations for the Switch 2, have confirmed that the OLED screen is a lot more expensive, and what they're doing with the LCD screen is comparable to an OLED at less price.
Yes, from what I understand, one of the issues I have with that, one of the issues I have with that is that it feels like now that, and I know there are multiple models of the original Switch, but now that there is an OLED Switch, going back to an LCD as the only option feels like a step backwards to a certain degree. There is also the fact, though, that at a screen size that small, the Steam Deck is 800. It's an 800p screen, and the Switch 2 is 1080p. On a screen that size, the difference is negligible at best.
Right.
And really, you don't notice. Like, there are plenty of us that will be like, I fucking notice. No, you don't. It's okay. Like, you really don't.
It really is.
Most of the time. It's so small of a difference. Is there a difference? Yes. It's very, very small. HDR does look better on an OLED screen. That is just the way that technology works. Again, from how I understand it, reading about this stuff over the last couple of days, HDR is going to look better on an OLED screen, no matter what kind of wizardry you're doing. I do know that the Switch 2 is pushing the DLSS interface, which is using AI to fill in some graphical limitations that may exist. Which I find interesting, because this again is going to kind of live and die because this is comparable now. We are in competition with the PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series. Some of the games that they showed looked absolutely gorgeous. I was blown away by Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bananza and Kirby. Those games looked amazing. That Dusk Bloods or whatever the fuck, the new From Software game, look like shit, in my opinion. So a lot of it, again, it doesn't matter what your screen is, it's all in what people are going to do with it, which is a very Nintendo problem to have. Yeah. We have just gone through the last 8 years of that with the Switch. Why does Mortal Kombat 1 look like that, you dicks? It doesn't have to.
So I just want to read this little price bit on the Polygon article. It says, Nintendo put a pretty steep price on the Switch 2, but it's actually not that far off from the Steam Deck. The Switch 2 will cost $449.99 for just the console and $499 for the console, a digital copy of Mario Kart World. The Steam Deck is a bit cheaper if you go for the LCD version at $399. So it's $50 cheaper for the cheapest Steam Deck. Which is the closest version of Nintendo's console. But as soon as you step up to the Steam Deck OLED, Nintendo's console becomes the cheaper of the two. The Steam Deck OLED starts at $549 and then jumps to $649 for the 1 terabyte version. But this is also where the Steam Deck
you fuckers bought me
start. So it's like it's not a one-to-one comparison. They're fairly different. But it's not a cut and dry like, oh well, then I'll just get a Steam Deck. It's like, well, the Switch 2 is doing things the Steam Deck is not doing. The Switch 2 at the $450 price comes with the dock. It comes with the stand. It comes with a cartridge slot for interchangeable cartridge games. It has access to.
There are definitely.
It has an extra USB-C port that the let's see. It has 2 USB-C ports where the Steam Deck only carries one. The storage, the Switch 2 has 256 gigs of internal storage, but you can expand it with microSD express cards up to 2 terabytes.
with somewhat proprietary fucking card. That was a baffling decision to me. Yeah.
Well, they're so much faster, and that's the thing. They're a bit more expensive now, but it's weirdly forward-thinking of Nintendo to go this route. Like, that's not.
It seemed an odd choice, though.
Yeah. Like these are much better storage devices than the current micro SD cards. Like there's just no question about it. Things are going to load faster. You're just going to have better performance out of them. But it's weird for Nintendo, the company that refused to go HD with the Wii, to be like, no, we're gonna let's do top of the line.
We're going to force you to upgrade this shit now.
Really?
Yeah, and I would fully expect the Steam Deck 2 to be using those express micro SDs. It would be weird if they weren't.
You've brought up Steam Deck 2 a couple of times. Yes. I have never heard of a Steam Deck 2. Is this something that they're already talking about?
There's vague rumors about it, but it is definitely coming at some point. Whether or not it comes before the Steam box that has been rumored is Also, a discussion much about nothing because none of us fucking know. But yes, Valve has... Gabe Newell came out 4 or 5 months ago, I think, and said... a second iteration of the Steam Deck is something we absolutely want to do, are going to do, but we're going to do it when it's necessary, not when we want to. Basically saying, like we talked about, I think, last week or the week before on the show, of like, they're still putting everything on PS4. Like, they didn't need to do, like, and we're at the PS5 Pro. Like, none of this is fucking really necessary right now. Mm-hmm. And that's the feeling on the Steam Deck. Like, there are certain new AAA games that do not play on the Steam Deck. And if they do play, you have to way cut down the graphical fidelity and all of that thing. So there will be a point where a Steam Deck 2 is necessary. Just kind of thinking in the future, though, of like...
It's only been on the market for 3 years now.
4 years, yeah. So we're still probably...
2022.
3, yeah. So we're still a couple years away. Yeah. Which is why I'm saying things like, I would be shocked if in the next iteration of it, it does not have all of these things, like
just the way that you were talking about it made it seem like it was imminent. Like, it's going to be directly going up against the Switch 2 sometime in the next couple of months after it coming out. Like, it's a non-entity right now in that department.
Right? Yeah. Sorry if I was misleading with that. I didn't mean to be.
So the Switch 2 itself compares pretty favorably to the Steam Deck overall. It's not this slam dunk like, no, the Steam Deck is clearly the better option. Some swaths of the internet would have you believe. Comparing the Switch 2 to the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about that is the game pricing is where the Steam Deck handily beats fucking everybody. So,
because it's Steam,
if that's the argument
digital.
People are making, that's a different argument. Like, technical specs and all that stuff, they're very comparable. Game pricing, Steam beats fucking everybody.
Right. I mean, Steam has hundreds of thousands of games that are 14 cents a piece, 365 days a year. Nintendo Switch has 14,000 games that are 10 cents a piece all the year, but they're all hentai games. So, like, apples and oranges.
I just bought Undertale for $1 because, of course, I did. It was $1. I bought Portal 2 again because it was $2. Like, of course I did.
Yeah. So comparing the PS5 to the Switch 2, obviously the PlayStation 5 is a more powerful system, because it's a dedicated. It's was more expensive when it launched, and it's a it's a home console. It's not a handheld. There is a handheld option, but it costs extra, and it's not the same thing as a Switch. Comparing the two of those things as far as power, I don't think is the most fair comparison. Then again,
it's apples and wrenches.
Yeah, Nintendo priced themselves into that comparison.
They did. They did, because right now there is an Astrobot PS5 Slim that's the same price as Switch by itself, or Switch 2 by itself.
Games. Yeah. So it's got a couple of years on it, so you would kind of expect something like that. But at the same token, Switch 2 does a lot of things that PS5 doesn't. PlayStation 5 is more powerful. So it's not a direct one-to-one comparison, but it's also not. Yeah, like I said, they priced themselves into that comparison, so you do have to think about it.
Right. It's not crazy to consider them. We're not talking about a $250 Switch anymore.
Exactly.
We're talking about a comparably priced system. So,
of course, the
it just is what it is.
Switch versus Switch 2 it's more beefy than a lot of folks expected, especially with these tech specs, with what it's being able to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Video output on Switch was 720p max handheld, 1080p docked. The Switch 2 is going to do 1080p in handheld, 1080 handheld and 4K HDR docked. this is stuff that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but it's my understanding that it wasn't really expected that the Switch 2 is going to do up to 120 frames per second. It's got 5.1 linear PCM audio output. Like, it supports HDR and VRR. I don't even know what VRR is. But yeah, it's a big boy system.
It's a big boy system. And again, like, that is a point I think we will keep coming back to, is that they have put themselves in competition now. This is a big boy system. That's still somehow a generation behind. Like, it's a weird... Because, yes, it is a big boy system, but it's still also behind.
It's behind... It's only behind in terms of strictly home console territory. As far as handhelds, we've just talked about the Steam Deck. It's not behind the Steam Deck as far as power, not at all. Yeah. So they're right here. They're right where this system, technologically speaking, and not just the Steam Deck, all those other handheld PCs, they're right
the
there
Asus
in that.
Ally or the ROG Ally or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them
other stuff.
And the Switch 2 is right there. The Switch 2 is not outclassed by those high-end handheld PCs. Right. Like, they're competing. They are competitive in that market, and that is not something I saw coming. It's
I thought it would be a little bit less. Yeah.
I did too, because Nintendo tends to be modest. They like to do what they can with old technology, and it's served them very well in the past. I kind of like where they're at with this. This is pretty neato. We'll talk about backwards compatibility in a bit. All right, so that's the tech specs. Interesting. The dock itself is interesting to me. The dock itself is doing more work than the old dock did.
Yes.
The dock itself has since the system with its power is presumably running, it's doing a lot more, and now that the dock has a cooling system involved in it. Which the original dock didn't. The original dock was basically just a fancy-ass port.
It really was. It was a big port.
Now we've got a dock that's actually doing shit, and that's kind of unexpected to me. Let me see if I can get to the spot in the Direct where they broke down the dock, which was pretty interesting. I didn't expect them to go this in depth with the tech specs during the presentation. But they did. They jumped in and talked about all this wacky shit. But the dock itself, it looks nicer.
I think it is much nicer looking, for sure. It's softer.
Yeah, the original dock was pretty freaking angular, and I remember when it came out, people were like scratching up their screens on it. All right, so here's the Switch 2 dock. I'm curious about the way it slides up. That's interesting, because the other one had a little door. This one looks like it's a whole thick piece that comes off. It does still have 2 USB ports, not USB-Cs. So it's got 2 USB ports on the side of the dock itself. Plus, you've got the USB-C that sticks out of the top of the Switch. So it's a decent number of ports right there.
Yeah. And I think that's smart. I think it's a little interesting that it's not 2-to-1 in favor of USB-C. I don't know that it ultimately matters. But you do want to have that compatibility for legacy peripherals, and whatnot.
Yeah, I think you couldn't like really negate all the regular USB ports at this point. You just couldn't.
Right? No, you're not Apple.
Yeah,
you're not going to be like,
you're not Apple.
No headphone jack for any of you, and you're going to like it.
So moving along past the dock, the big improvement on the dock. I'm really happy with that. I'm glad it's got cooling built in. I think that's very cool. The next up, let's talk about the Joy-Cons. The Joy-Cons themselves, I think, are fascinating. They officially confirmed mouse support. The mouse support was probably that's the big new gimmick with the Joy-Cons, right? And something that they did not talk about during the presentation. They talked about it later in one of the an interview or something, but the mouse does not need to be on a mouse pad. You can use it on a couch. You can use it on your pant legs, and it apparently works just fine. This is the kind of information that once people look at the mouse and they're like, wait, am I going to have to hunch over to use a mouse on this thing? Like,
right.
Assuage that fear right away. It takes 2 seconds.
Squash that.
Literal seconds to be like, and it will work on fabric surfaces or your legs or whatever. That seconds. You did not need to cut that out of your presentation. Let people know that right off the bat. It's a cool thing. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It is a cool thing.
Blow your finger out of your ass.
I have some concerns about the comfortability of the mouse because it is so thin. But you know that there's going to be an aftermarket peripheral to slide that into.
There's
that will
going to
take
be
care
a fucking
of that.
dock for sure.
Of course.
It also hasn't been. Well, it hasn't been like nobody has said that you can't use your own mouse, but at the same token, it doesn't appear to be using a mouse normally because it uses mouse in conjunction with gyro. So it also twists, which is not something that, as far as I know, most mice, whatever, do. So it's pretty unique. I thought it was pretty exciting.
It's definitely cool. I think it is. I mean, it paves the way for more Mario Paint, which is always a good thing.
It also paves the way for a lot of third-party PC developers, like Civ, the Civilization. It was like their
the
front
RTS
and center,
stuff.
like was it the Borderlands presentation was like absolutely Borderlands mouse support and Metroid Prime 4. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there. That was wild.
Yeah,
I'm not going to play it like that, but I might try.
Certainly not. Yeah, I don't do that when I currently have the option on my PC to do it that
exactly.
way.
That's
because I'm not a fucking animal.
That's not my thing, but that was some interesting stuff.
I did have a question as you're saying that with like, I don't know if you can use your own mouse. Do we have confirmation that older peripherals will work on this? They will, right? Like an old Pro controller.
Again, they didn't say it in the presentation.
But it wasn't in the presentation.
That wasn't in the presentation, but they did confirm that Nintendo put out a piece of information that specifically said all of your old peripherals will work in Switch 2 games that don't require specific Switch 2 functionality.
Sure.
And that means mouse. Like the C button.
Oh man, it can be better.
The C button can be replicated with a button press combination on Switch 1 controllers. So you don't need to go out and replace your Pro controllers to play Mario Kart. Like, when I buy the Switch 2...
that was one of the things that I was concerned about. Was like, all right, we're going to get a Switch 2 and Mario Kart, but I'm not buying a bunch of fucking Pro controllers and Joy-Cons. Like, that's just not a thing I have money for.
You do not need to. That is wonderful. It is backwards.
Yes.
It's backwards compatible and forwards compatible. Like your old stuff works in the new games. That made me so happy to hear because that was a big concern of mine too. It's like I'm not going to say I'm not going to get all those controllers, but I just can't get it on day one. I can't afford it. It's too much money up front.
I don't have $1,200 all of a sudden now to drop on this.
So that yes, it is compatible with all your old stuff, even in new games. The new controllers don't work on the old games. But that's to be expected. Yeah, it should have been in the presentation. The Joy-Cons themselves...
I think the mouse thing is really... there's some... That is where I want to see Nintendo be Nintendo and come up with something cool and innovative, which I think they attempted and didn't blow my skirt up.
Yeah, we're going to talk about
which we'll get to.
We will get to. They don't have an IR camera in them anymore. That's gone.
Right.
Which is, I always thought that was a neat thing, but they never really used it outside of Labo. So,
right. And nobody else, like no third parties ever were like, oh, here's this cool thing. Yeah, like it seems like a needless piece of tech to put in it.
So they took that out, but this and the Pro controller, they both have an audio jack, which has been that was a hugely requested feature. That's wonderful that they incorporated that. The Joy-Con grip has that. The Joy-Cons themselves, officially, we know they attach magnetically now. There's a button to release them. Apparently, the magnetic thing is really firm. It's really stable. You can't just rip it off. which is great. And it also, from what I've come to understand from hands-on impressions, it feels so much more solid than the rails did, right? Because one thing about the Switch is that the rails, they always had like a tiny bit of wiggle to them. It always kind of made it feel
there's a little give.
Yeah, just
play.
A little bit of give. Made it felt a little rickety. No matter what you did, there was always a little tiny bit of ricketiness to it. These magnets don't have that problem because they're fucking magnets. Like you can't. They're not going to degrade over time. It's just they're
fucking
magnets.
How do they work?
Exactly, saying clown posse. It is my understanding that they are Hall effect analog sticks, but Nintendo has gone to great lengths to specifically not say that.
Which is another weird thing.
I don't know what the reasoning is behind that.
Because if
the
they
New York
are,
Times
you would
said
think
that they
you would
were.
say that.
I think there's something with like just that term. I think there must be something with that specific term that Nintendo doesn't want to associate with, and I don't know what that is. Okay. But that sounds like a Nintendo thing to me, right? They'd be like, no, not that. We're not going to be associated with that specific term. Absolutely not. And like, why? Who the fuck knows? We're Nintendo. Deal with it. But yes, the New York Times wrote a piece that said that they were Hall effect joysticks that they then retracted and reworded. But there was someone I was listening to Nintendo Report, and Seren on that show, she confirmed that they are Hall effect sticks, but again, Nintendo is very specifically not saying it, but by all indications, that's what they are. And
I just want Nintendo to come out and say they're Hall effect Jace. That would make me so happy.
They're going to wind up calling it like Magnetron, or so they're going to come up with their own terminology for it or something, try to take ownership of it because they're fucking nut jobs. But that makes me very happy if that is in fact as true as it seems to be, that they had that, because those won't drift because it's magnets. Nothing's touching anything else in those, so there is nothing to wear down. There are no mechanical parts to fail. So huzzah. Big fat win if that is in fact the case. I like the Joy-Cons. I like the fact that they're bigger. I like the fact that the buttons are bigger. I like that the analog sticks are bigger. I think the Joy-Con redesign is fantastic. I'm thrilled. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Same with the Pro Controller. I'm still never
going to use them. So I'm never going to use them, but I do think they're great.
The Pro Controller I think looks great. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard thing one about the D-pad. That is my only concern. Because the Pro Controller for Switch is my favorite controller ever, with the exception of the D-pad, which is a huge fucking deal. So if they fix that D-pad... Yeah, it's
a big old hairy deal.
It really is. So I'm definitely buying one Pro Controller at launch, because I gotta.
Because you're you.
Yeah, I'm me. Have to have it. But I really hope they fix that D-pad. It looks nice. It looks pretty. It looks like slightly... more modern version of the Switch Pro Controller, which is great.
Yeah, it looks great. I like the added functionality of the grip buttons. I've got them on the Steam Deck. I never use them, but I like that they're there in case there is something that I would like to map to that.
Mappable
a game
buttons
that does use those. Yeah.
It's my understanding that can be done on a system level now, that you can remap your buttons on a system level. That's something that's an industry-wide thing, too, I think. That's Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony are all being involved in like this overall like accessibility thing. That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, and you kind of have to. Like, that's been a focus over the last couple of years, and I think that's awesome. Like, make your shit accessible to people. Let people play games in the way that they need to, want to, whatever, however you want to phrase it. Is fine. Like I said, I've literally never used them. The Steam Deck has 4. There's fucking 4 buttons on the back of that shit. The last time I used anything like that was the weird touchpad that was on the back of the Vita.
Right.
That you used for Uncharted, Golden Abyss or whatever. Like, that's how you climbed up ropes and whatnot. Like, was wiggling your fingers on the back. But I love that they're there. I think it looks great. I love that they're not automatically assigned to anything, which means that while I'm playing, I can just click them constantly and they won't do anything. And that's just going to make me happy. What I do. Yeah, I do that all the time while I'm playing. I just clickety, click. I am still going to try to hook up a DualSense because that is by far my favorite controller. I just think Sony, like, yep, you guys win. This is perfect. Don't ever not have this. But in the absence of that, I love the fact that the old peripherals work, so you can hook up your, whatever the fuck you have. I think that's awesome. But the Pro Controller looks great. Agreed.
All right, let's talk about the C button. This was a big chunk of the presentation towards the beginning. We all wondered what the C button did, and it does chat. After all these years, all these years, there is finally integrated system-level chat. I'm thrilled.
I found this to be so disappointing.
Really?
One, because it's not Discord. That is not available on the system when it's baked into everyone else. But that is just Nintendo being Nintendo, I feel. The thing that I was disappointed in was the chat in conjunction with the video. The chat itself, I think, is great. It is about fucking time. When you and I, when we played through Streets of Rage 4, we also called each other.
Yeah,
so we could chat, which is fucking absurd.
Yeah.
Even 5 years ago when we did that, it was fucking absurd. That is what we
were chatting on Xbox 360. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Nintendo? There's a whole IGN podcast jokingly called Nintendo Voice Chat because of this.
Yeah, because of this entire thing. On. So the fact that it's there, I think, is great. It's about fucking time. I think, chat's great. I don't ever use it, really, when I play online games. If I play with if I were going to play, let's just say we talked about that Marvel game earlier. If that has chat functionality, cross-platform, whatever, that would be very exciting because I would love to play through that game with all you fuckers and, be yelling and screaming and all that shit. When I play other games, I don't want to fucking talk to anybody. That's why I'm playing a video game. I don't want to fucking talk to you. Don't fucking talk to me. What I found shocking, for real, not even being a dick about it, just being honestly, truly shocked, was how shitty the video looked in the feature that they were showing off. Of you can share the game you're playing. It was oh my god, that looks bad.
Does it look better now?
It looks better in Discord. Yeah,
I've never done screen sharing on Discord. So Discord.
Yeah.
How does that work? Because I know on a system level, the PlayStation 5 does screen sharing, but it doesn't do video chat on a system level. Whereas the Xbox does video chat on a system level, but doesn't do screen sharing. And this does screen sharing and video chat on a system level. How does Discord integration work on a PlayStation 5?
It's an app. It's an app, and you authenticate your shit, and you go through and it's just an add-on. It's not it's not, I don't believe, and I could be wrong on this, I don't believe it's fully baked into it yet, because it's not something I've done in a while. I honestly don't even remember the last time that I fucking accessed it, because again, it's just not something I do very often. What I'm more saying is that I was just surprised they showed it off when it looked as bad as it did.
I did think it was interesting that all the little screens, the screens that you're sharing with, were running at such a low frame rate.
That's what I'm saying.
That much. Because I guess I don't care to be all that high of a frame rate, but it did strike me as odd. That's not. That's what
I'm saying. I was really surprised, because it was a feature, and it looked real bad. I was like, wow, that's a really weird choice.
I have to wonder, did they cap it at a specific frame rate just to make sure that it's not messing with your, internet bandwidth? Or, is that actually... Because, that was all pre-recorded stuff. Is that actually what it's going to look like? Who the fuck knows?
I don't know.
I have a lot of questions about that.
It was just very, very... I was just blown away by how bad it looked. You would think you would gussy it up a little, or or not even show that part. Like I was really surprised at how
they could
choppy
not
it
show
was.
it. I was really
because the other stuff
I thought
was
super cool. The idea of screen sharing is super foreign to me. Like, I've never used Discord for that. I don't have a PlayStation 5. I've never done that before. So this whole, like, screen sharing, just, push a button, open up a bunch of windows and talk to your friends who are online, even while they're playing different games, I thought was a really neat thing. I was very impressed by that, even with the
that part I think is cool. Yeah. Like I said, it's not something that I'm going to use. Like I don't want to watch what you're playing. I don't really care. If I do, I'll put it on Twitch.
Yeah, like I see myself doing it potentially from time to time, because there was like a point when we were doing me and Dean played through Super Metroid on Switch when he on stream, and like he streamed me, like we would do the pass the controller back and forth thing. I liked the notion of like I'm playing this game, you're playing this game, and like I can like walk you through something because I can see your screen and be like, oh, this is how you get past this part. Like I liked the notion of that. It was giving me Miiverse vibes of like, how you would post things about a specific game and then people would be able to give you answers on that. Like, that was a pretty neat thing to me. I did like...
Yeah, I do think there are some cool applications with it in the future. It's something that you and I have talked about a bunch of, like, how can we stream... like first of all, where can we fit that into our lives? But second of all, how do we do that and make it an enjoyable thing? And this seemed to somewhat simplify that process a little bit.
Yeah, it does automatically. Like you can automatically separate yourself from your background, like phones do. The games that integrate it specifically, like. The kids with Mario Party, the theoretical possibility of doing that with their cousins, of putting themselves in the games like that, like iToy level, the Kinect kind of stuff, but like not
that
shitty.
That was the first thing I said to the kids when we were on. I was like, "This is fucking iToy shit." Me and Lou Beaver used to fucking do this in Game Crazy,
and this shit was hilarious.
Away coconuts or whatever. Oh, it was fucking. It was a blast.
Yeah. That brought me some joy. Now here's a couple of pieces of information that didn't make it into the presentation involving social aspects. So something that every platform has done is gotten the fuck away from social media, right? PlayStation and Switch, and I don't even know what Xbox does, but they've taken out that integration of like you can't just post screenshots directly to social platforms anymore because they've become so volatile. XYZ, there's charges for that kind of integration. New platforms are showing up and changing all the time. Something that got announced at some point during this kerfuffle is they're updating the parental. It's not the parental. The stupid useless Nintendo Switch Online app.
Yeah,
that's getting upgraded. It's just going to be called the Nintendo Switch app, and it is going to have access to your last 100 videos and screenshots. It's going to be updated through the cloud at all times, so you can share to whatever social media platform you want directly from your phone.
That's really cool. That's a
fantastic
integration
feature
of that.
I love that. Way to make that app not completely fucking useless. Because especially now that they're going to be doing, in system level voice chat, what the fuck is this app good for? Well, that's something, something else we'll talk about in the not too distant future. All right, so that's the C button. I was really happy with that. I did kind of hope it was going to be something a little bit more weird, but it made sense, and chat.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Chat, community. I think community would have been better than chat.
Well,
but
to
that's
be
just
fair,
me being a dick.
To be fair, they have not actually officially stated what C stands for. It's just the C button.
It's the cuck button. Get cucked by Nintendo every time you
It's the cantaloupe button.
Oh, that would be fun.
Push button, get cantaloupe. Hooray.
Cantaloupe. Yes, I can. Anyway, it's a fucking Brooklyn Nine-Nine joke for those of you who observe.
Let's talk a little bit about the UI. This is one of my bigger disappointments. I get it. The UI wasn't broken, and it's very snappy. I love the way the Switch's UI works, but I was hoping it would be something a little bit more. It's almost
snazzier?
identical. It's almost identical to the Switch's UI.
I'm happy about that. Honestly, I download a plugin on my Steam Deck to make it look like the Switch UI.
I like it. I wanted it to be a little bit more. I want the option of themes. I want just a little bit more. I don't need to go full Wii U, but when I get a new system, I like that feeling that it's genuinely something a little bit different. Now, granted, there's been very little footage of the UI, so we really don't know exactly how deep this goes, but it does seem like it's almost identical. So they say that the eShop will not be a janky mess. I'll believe it when I see it.
Hope so.
Because the eShop right now is a fucking disaster. I hate the eShop. Yeah.
I did see some reporting somewhere that there will be a lot more curation of it as far as the games that you play, and it will pump games
recommendations.
Recommendations. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't remember that word. Which I think is great.
Your wish list is immediately accessible on the left, which is wonderful.
Which is awesome.
Wish list is what I go to all the time when I go to the eShop, and it takes me a solid 5 minutes to fucking get there.
To remember how to I pack a lunch to make sure that I can get there and I'm not starving. It's just the eShop is the fucking worst of all of the digital interfaces currently. I find it to be just the drizzling shits.
By far.
And not even close. Yeah. So really any improvement is welcome. I hope it's as good as they're kind of indicating it's going to be.
As I remember when the Switch launched and the eShop was super snappy because there were 5 games on it.
Yeah, that was great.
It's this is great. But then it got filled with literal thousands upon thousands of games, and they did nothing to make it run
nothing
faster.
To help it.
This is fine. No, this was great when you had
thousands
20
of alarm
games.
Clocks.
Insanity.
Why are there so many alarm clocks? If I never see an alarm clock app on a fucking Switch store again, it'll be too soon.
How are they making money off of that? It's whatever. All right, let's talk about physical media here. So the game cards,
I have a bone to pick about this physical shit with them.
As do I. It was probably the same bone. All right, so the game cards themselves are red. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
The game cases are red.
Yep, great. But not great. Depending on who you are. I could see people loving that to where it's the same and I can keep building this thing.
Metroid Prime 4 is
not new.
That's what you need. That's all you need to see. The case for Metroid Prime 4 on Switch is gorgeous. The Switch 2 version, the bright red strip on the top that has a tiny Switch 2 logo in the middle. So you got this inch thick red strip that's just negative space. So you're not getting any actual artwork there. You just have this thick red strip that has no content in it except for a little Switch 2 logo. And then you've got this QR code and shit at the bottom because it's one of those Switch 2 compatible games. It's a mess. The Metroid Prime 4 looks
cluttered
awful.
Fucking mess.
Yeah, that box looks terrible. Donkey Kong looks pretty cool, but it matches the red really well. Other games are not going to match the red super well. The clear cases are a neutral color that go with everything. Making it red doesn't go with everything. I hate the cases. I hate the cases. But the worst thing, and I'm sure this is what we're talking about, is the game key.
Yep.
Yeah. So
that's not physical.
On one hand, this is a big piece of misinformation that's out there because a lot of people are saying this is what the physical games are. No, it is not.
Nope.
It is exactly the same situation as we have on the Switch. Some games are code in a box. Some games are an actual game. The whole game is on the card. That's what it seems the bulk of the situation is. But you've also got stuff that is a code in a box, except now instead of a code you get a little cartridge that's a game key, which, like, this is similar to that digital cartridge swapping thing. Like, okay, at least I'm getting something in the box. That's kind of neat. It's like 0.05 degrees cooler than the code in a box, but it still fucking sucks. It still does fucking terrible.
It does. Well, and because my concern with it, right, apart from like all the like, is this really physical and for physical collectors and all of that shit, is like, this almost seems like a step back in a way of where you're not getting the code for the digital game, right? It's not like, because when you get the code in a box, you don't need to put anything into your Switch or your PlayStation or whatever fucking system you have. When you get those code in a box games, you're getting the box and you're getting the code to get it digitally. With this game card thing, you're getting a physical thing that is ultimately like a DRM key, but you need to put it in your system every time you want to play that game.
Do you?
But you're also not getting the game. From what I read today, yes. But you're also not getting the game digitally, which means when Nintendo shuts the server down, it's possible you no longer have access to that.
Ah, yeah, you're right. According to Nintendo's site, game key cards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, the game key card is your key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. That's all I had seen before. After it's downloaded, you can play the game by inserting the game key card into your system and starting it up like a standard physical game card. Here's what the game key packaging looks like. It's got the stupid fucking QR code at the bottom, blah, 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 blah. Insert the game card, download the game. The game itself isn't included in the key cards, so you have to download it when you realize blah, 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 blah. To download the game, you must have enough free space to Swiss 2 memory. Yeah, I understand how space works. Once the game is downloaded and ready to play, an internet connection is only required when you launch the game for the first time. After this, the game can be started even without an internet connection. That is an improvement. Yeah. However, like regular physical software, the game key card must be inserted in the system in order to play the game. Okay, so this is what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and it's a step forward and a step back. It's a step back in that you don't now have the digital version of the game downloaded in your system, but it does seem that there's a theoretical possibility that this could be resold.
Yes, I can, and that's the other part that I saw. So that's the step forward with it, is that I can trade this key card in because I haven't used up the code. This is my key for my door. It unlocks the door, right? Yeah. And anybody can have the door, but you need the key to get in the fucking door. The concern I have with it is what happens, and I hope that they've thought through it. But all evidence to the contrary this week, what happens when those servers go away?
Well, then you wouldn't be able to sell it anymore, but it says that you don't need an internet. Once you've downloaded it, you no longer need an internet connection. Like, once you have the key, you're good to go. So once you have the game downloaded, as long as your Switch doesn't die, then
and I never delete the game off of my hard drive.
Right. Then you're fine. So it's...
it's an interesting thing. It's a weird, like I said, I think it's a positive step and also a negative step at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't...
It's a very Nintendo thing to do.
It's a very Nintendo thing to do. It doesn't concern me a ton.
Put the info on the fucking card. Why not just make physical
and they might
games?
not be able to? I don't know if certain games are too big because I think this is obvious.
They've already shown that math. It's got nothing to do with the game size for sure, because fucking Bravely Default is a key card game, and that game's tiny. The actual file size is tiny. That was the original thought. I have no defense for it. I don't get the fucking logic other than it's cheaper for them to do. Like, I guess it's cheaper for some manufacturers to do. But like, as far as I can tell,
That's
Nintendo
weird.
isn't doing it with any of their games. It's all third parties. Fucking Street Fighter. I really wanted to buy Street Fighter 6 physical, but no.
Yeah.
I'm not buying any of these fucking game keys, but maybe I am, because I am a whore, and I'm not going to resell it.
It's weird, right? It's a weird thing. Like, it's just there. It just seems more complicated than it needs to be. Again, I don't think it's something that is ultimately going to affect me all that much. It just seems like a weird decision. I don't think it's going to affect you all that much. You
Probably
don't
not.
buy and sell games, right? So it doesn't matter. And you are going to be prepared in the future. Let's just say 10 years from now, they announce that they're shutting down the store, and you better have all of your shit downloaded or else you won't be able to access it. So, okay, I got to go get a 2 terabyte, whatever the fuck, and, I'll download all my shit, and that'll be fine. Right? Is it that big a deal? No. Is it weird? Yes. It's fucking strange. It's very odd.
All right, moving right along. I'm not thrilled with the Switch 2 physical situation, and I'm really like up against a wall here on this, because I am such a physical game collector, but like, is this the year that I go all digital?
Is this
right?
the push?
Is this the one? Is this the push? Because they're so fucking ugly.
Yeah, that box is really, really gross looking.
Bothering me. Like, on Donkey Kong looks great. The Switch 2 only games are fine. The Game Key ones are not.
No, there's a lot going on, and you're gonna look at the box, sure, but like not while you're playing the game, and it doesn't detract from that. And when it's up on the shelf and you're only looking at the spine, like none of that matters.
Right,
at that point.
I want to see the spine.
But you'll
too.
know
we
it's
haven't
there.
seen the spines yet. I want to see.
You'll know it's
spine.
there, and it'll make you mad.
Yeah,
and it's an interesting thing, because from what I understand, the data shows that PlayStation and Xbox customers have largely embraced digital, but Switch is still largely physical.
It's a 50-50 split about.
Yeah. So to have that, like, to be, and maybe they're trying to put, because their digital games are going to be cheaper, theoretically.
I don't think that they are. I think that's another piece of misinformation that's floating around out there. I believe I think they're supposed to be the same price, but I'm not positive on that. Let me see if that's
because
been officially
then they can't claim tariffs, because there are not tariffs on digital goods. As far as I understand, and I could be wrong on that, but I've been looking, and everything I've seen has said there are not tariffs on digital goods, because you're not taxing anything coming into the country. Like, it's just data, All
right, so some retailers are talking about physical games being more expensive, but I haven't seen a listing that says Mario Kart's $90. Let me look at... See, this should be super obvious. This should be written somewhere clear and easily on Nintendo's website.
Right. We should after the hour-long presentation introducing your new console, these are not questions anybody should have, because these are the questions that determine whether or not I am buying your system.
According to Best Buy's website, a physical copy of Mario Kart World is $79.99.
Okay.
So where's the more expensive? Like, according to Best Buy, their listings do not have physical games as more expensive than their digital counterparts.
See, and I saw something else where it was like a $5-6 difference. Kotaku or Polygon or
I think that's in Europe.
Your mother.
I think that might actually
is that a
Europe exclusive thing? Because where I've been seeing that is that European retailers have a problem with the physical games being more expensive than the digital ones.
Huh.
But see, Nintendo Life.
But again,
digital Switch
none
2
of this
games
should
being
be
cheaper than physical is a challenge, says retailer Game. As reported by the games business, the cost of Switch 2 console games, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let me check Walmart. Does Walmart have anything up yet?
I don't know. But, like, none of this should be a question right now. This should not be a question.
100% correct. This should not be a question. Yeah, no, Walmart has them listed at the same price as digital. I wonder if it's a Europe-only thing, because, you know, it's European retailers that are having the problem with it, and European retailers that are charging less than the MSRP for their games. A couple of them are. But, yeah, no, all the listings that I'm finding on Walmart and Best Buy have the Switch 2 games at the same price as their digital counterparts.
Wild.
Interesting. Yeah. So insane. All right, moving on. Let's talk a little bit about Nintendo Switch Online. Nintendo Switch Online is getting a little beef up in GameCube games. We're getting first off, they're changing. They're no longer, the apps are no longer called like Super NES Nintendo Switch Online. They're now being called Nintendo Classics.
Yes.
Which
whatever.
I think of it, I want to see something. Where did they talk about this during the Direct? Because I'm not going to be able to find it. Is it going to say Sega Genesis Nintendo Classics? Like, what's it going to say on there? Because if they're changing the name of the old apps, which they said they are, what are they changing the Sega Genesis to? Is it going to say Sega Classics? What's it say? All right, here's the
I would imagine
GameCube
Sega
section.
Classics.
I would imagine, but like, what are we doing here? What the fuck? I'm so curious. I can't find it. I can't find something that actually shows all the. Oh, there it is. All right, let's see. Oh, it doesn't say anything. It just says Sega Genesis.
That's weird.
Is that what it says now? What does it say now? I don't know. Switch is upstairs. Anyways, Nintendo Switch Online is getting GameCube games. The three that they're starting off with could not have made me happier. Wind Waker, F-Zero GX, and Soul fucking Calibur 2. Yes, that's so great. I will absolutely play Soul Calibur 2 again. Absolutely.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my god! And
that game's great.
They look great. The upscaling that they're doing, the cleaning up of these games. First off, F-Zero GX, how dare that game look that good? That game still looks so fucking good. And just cleaned up like this, that's all it needed. And it's got native widescreen built in.
Yeah,
so like any GameCube games that supported widescreen, you can just do that. And you don't have to worry about those hideous fucking bars on the side, which apparently you still can't get rid of. Wind Waker also looks amazing. I'm sad to a certain degree that it's not the Wii U HD one, but at the same token, I've always liked the colors in the GameCube one better. And that one being cleaned up and up-res like this looks fucking phenomenal. So like in some ways it looks better.
You should really see it on a Steam Deck with a Dolphin emulator and a couple of texture packs. That's some good looking shit.
Something.
You want to?
Yeah.
Oh boy. You want to fucking talk about good-looking GameCube games. Son of a bitch.
Soul Calibur 2 looks fantastic, as it always did. I'm thrilled to have that there. And the other games that they have announced that are coming soon are... Just waiting for the scroll to come on by here. God, I can't wait to replay Wind Waker. I've been itching to replay that. The Switch game, the GameCube games are going to have individual remappable controls on a game-by-game basis, which is smart for NSO. All right, they're listing Mario Sunshine, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Super Mario Strikers, Chibi Robo, yay!
Yeah, I saw that. That's
Luigi's
exciting.
Mansion, and Pokemon Coliseum. There's a deeper well of GameCube games to pull from than I would have initially thought, thinking about it. And especially since we've got a Namco game right off the bat with Soul Calibur 2.
Right.
If more third parties get involved, there could be some really cool shit. Give me Beautiful Joe, Capcom.
Give me fucking Skies of Arcadia.
Oh,
please.
Skies of Arcadia Legends, throw that shit on there, please and thank you. Please. I've never played through it. That would be a great opportunity to do so.
Good.
Oh boy,
it's
oh boy, yeah.
Good.
That's an article waiting to be written.
I was going to say it almost seems like maybe there will be some competing articles going up on the Stone Age Gamer blog.
Sounds like a good time. Another thing that they
because I got to write shorter articles. My first one was a lot longer than it was supposed to be. Whoops. And I have 3 this month. Anyway.
Oh, good for you. Another thing that they did not mention during this presentation is that the N64 app on Switch 2 is going to get an update. Not only are all the apps getting changed names, but N64 is getting Rewind added to it only on Switch 2.
I don't like that. That should be added across the board.
I bet the Switch can't do that. I would be willing to bet that's a technical limitation. Like, that makes the most sense to me. I always thought that the N64 should have Rewind, and looking at it now, I'm like, I bet they just can't. I bet they can't get that shit working right. I bet they just fucking can't do it.
That's certainly possible.
That's certainly possible. But it makes me happy that it's getting Rewind.
Yeah, I don't have much of an issue. Like, I would like the GameCube stuff to be on Switch because it could definitely handle it. But I understand you want to have a reason to sell Switch to. Right. So making that locked exclusively to that, like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that's great. I love it. I'm thrilled. Backwards compatibility. Let's move on to the backwards compatibility thing. So, the Nintendo Switch 2, they said it was backwards compatible with all I forget how they worded it. The thing about backwards compatibility that I didn't see coming is that it's not 100% backwards compatible with everything. Like every game has some degree of backwards compatibility. Right. With the exception of Nintendo Labo Toy-Con 4 VR kit. That is the only one that cannot physically be played on the Switch 2, because that is the only game that absolutely requires Switch 1 Joy-Cons be connected to the system. Right. That is a physical limitation. I get it. Everything else, over 15,000 games. What the fuck? There are 122 Nintendo games and over 15,000 partner games. Yeah, they've broken this down into. So the reason that this isn't 100% out of the gate, which I did not see coming, there is no Switch 1. What's the word? There is no Switch 1 in Switch 2. Like, it's running these games through a form of emulation, because there's absolutely no connective tissue between Switch architecture and Switch 2 architecture, which is bonkers. I really thought that they had kind of... The idea was to make something that they could consistently be built off of, but they just burnt it all down and started from scratch. So, okay. It looks like of the over 15,000 games, currently... There are games that have startup issues on Switch 2 and games that are playable but have some in-game compatibility issues. There are a couple of PDFs up on the site that will continue to be updated as partners and Nintendo work on it. They all say like this issue is being investigated. Issues with games with startup. Of course, I scrolled right down and had my heart broken immediately because Danish 2 has issues at startup. It actually really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all because Dadish Collection is fine across the board. Right. There is no need to get Dadish 2 anymore. It is completely superfluous. Buy Dadish Collection. That's the best way to play them. Anyways, but then on the site so you can look at these PDFs of all these games, and they're going to be worked on. These lists are going to go down, I'm sure of it, as if the system continues to sell everyone who made these games, as long as it's not, because who the hell knows, like there's probably a ton of hentai games on there, but they'll eventually these lists are going to get shorter. The other ones, like Nintendo's actually broke down exactly what doesn't work, like Nintendo Switch Sports. Joy-Con 2 controllers do not fit inside the leg strap accessory, so it's only possible to play the soccer shootout mode using a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. That's your compatibility issue.
That's not true. I've got duct tape.
Exactly.
Don't you fucking tell me what I can put on my leg and I can't, Nintendo. You don't fucking own my body.
That's quitter talk. That's what that is.
That's right. I will fucking figure it out.
So that's a thing. I get it. It's not 100% backwards compatible, but most of your software will work on Switch 2. What is interesting to me is the upgrades. So there's going to be a series of Switch 1 upgraded games that are currently on Switch that you can pay to upgrade to Switch 2 versions. Mario Party Jamboree is getting a huge chunk of DLC, which looks ridiculous with mouse controls and camera support. Yep. That looks insane. My kids are super stoked about that. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are getting a fucking GPS through the phone app, which is hilarious to me.
I don't know how I feel about that. I think I'm excited about it.
I think that's hilarious. I think it's amazing. But they're getting really, really impressive performance upgrades. They're running at like really smooth frame rates. They did on Treehouse Live a side-by-side. Because, I saw it originally. I was like, wow, that looks really smooth. But then they did a side-by-side. I was like, holy fucking shit. I did not remember how bad that looked. Like, in my mind, I remember it looking better. And we've all been there. We've all been in that situation. So that's pretty cool. A little something that they... So these are all paid upgrades. That and Kirby and the Forgotten Land is getting a big story DLC, as well as a visual bump. What they did not mention... And this is something that I think might have been a decision that was made after the fact, or it could just be shitty messaging on Nintendo's part. Either one is equally possible. Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom upgrades are free with Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack.
Yeah.
Why
didn't you mention that?
Would that not be in the... You talked about the Switch Online expansion pack specifically during the presentation. Yeah. Why would you not say that the two most sought-after improvement Switch upgrade things are free to NSO members with an expansion pack? What is wrong with you? Either it was just a completely obscene oversight, or it was a decision made later to try to make some of this pricing nicer to people, because they still, as far as I know, have not actually said how much the upgrade fee is. We know how much these games cost on their own. If you're going to buy Kirby and the Forgotten Land plus Star-Crossed World outright for the Switch 2, we know how much that's going to cost. Now, Prime 4 is also part of this conversation, but I saved that for later for a very specific reason. But as of now, they haven't nailed down exactly what that is. Another thing that they did not mention...
Maybe they don't know. And we're speculating based on the cost of what it is on PlayStation and Microsoft.
And based on, the Tears of the Kingdom is $80 if you buy the Switch 2 version of Tears of the Kingdom, which cartridge will work in Switch 1 or Switch 2, which makes me wonder if the actual... added stuff is on the cart or not. Who really knows? But so that's an $80 thing. So if the game was $70 and that's $80, is it a $10 upgrade? Or are you getting a bundle pack are you getting a discount on the upgrade because you're buying the whole thing outright? We don't know, because they haven't said anything yet. Why? Who the fuck knows?
It could be $50.
Something that they did not mention is that a number of other Switch games are getting free upgrades. Now, they mentioned this kind of when they were talking about the game sharing thing. A new feature for some games is going to be similar to what did they call that on DS and 3DS? It was like only one of you needed to have the download play. That was it. So only one of you needs to have the game, and then other switches around. Because in Switch 1, it was like, no, everyone needs to have this. Everybody. And it's like, but it's fucking Clubhouse games. What's wrong with you? And I'll tell you something else. Clubhouse games being mentioned during the Switch 2 Direct, not on my bingo card.
Certainly not.
I'm happy. I love Clubhouse games. I was just playing it this evening. But that was a big fat shock. But that's going to be upgraded with... at least going to be upgraded with the game sharing thing. But a number of other games are getting free upgrades for Switch 2 compatibility. A lot of it might be the game sharing, but a lot of these are single player games. These games are ARMS, Big Brain Academy, Brain vs. Brain, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, Clubhouse Games, 51 Worldwide Classics, Game Builder Garage, Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, Pokemon Scarlet, Pokemon Violet, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, and Super Mario Odyssey. Where this gets super, super interesting for me is during, after the presentation, they did a newer, like just a video just about the communication thing. Right. And they show somebody playing Echoes of Wisdom at a solid frame rate.
That's exciting.
That's exciting because that was like a game engine level problem. If they have fixed that, if I can play the remake of Link's Awakening with a flawless frame rate, I will shit my pants. And then I'm going to come over to your house and shit your pants. I am fucking excited about that. If they can make Scarlet and Violet not completely broken looking,
right, that's huge.
That's not
shouldn't
bad.
have to be.
It shouldn't have to be.
But that's big.
So, like, things like Big Brain Academy and Clubhouse games, I'm just expecting that to be, like, the addition of download play. I would be thrilled if they added more games to Clubhouse games, but I'm not going to hold my breath. But, like, Echoes of Wisdom and Link's Awakening, those aren't multiplayer games. That's got to be a performance thing. I don't know what you would think so. U is probably Scarlet and Violet is probably performance. The fact that I saw Echoes of Wisdom running at a smooth frame rate was like, that's got to be what this is. That's crazy to me. That's super exciting.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I know that there's been a bunch of that on Xbox and Sony as well, of like the free updates. Not for everything, obviously, but you already have the game. Here's the free upgrade. It runs better. It's smoother. You get this performance enhancement or graphics enhancement, whatever. But it's great.
I love that that's a thing. I just love it.
I'm very, very happy that Switch owners can now get those benefits.
Yes, as am I. I can't wait to see what else is coming. They've all but confirmed Xenoblade Chronicles X is going to get one too. Like it's
right. Wasn't that like on the website or something?
There's a screenshot of it on the website when talking about this exact feature. Like, come on. So there's going to be more than just this. That makes me very, very happy. All right, so that's the basics. That's all the system level stuff. It's time to start talking about games. Not every single one of the games that I have listed here. I have a list of all 64 games that have been announced for the Switch 2 as of today. There's been exactly a total of 64 games. Now, my initial thoughts after the Switch 2 presentation, before I even knew the price, was an overwhelming sense of disappointment because of how many games were just old games coming out on Switch 2.
Right.
And that's what it felt like to me.
Which I don't think is probably fair.
It's not, because so many games that were on this list that I had heard about, I thought were out already. But there's actually the vast majority of them are games that aren't out on other platforms either, and they're going to be coming out on Switch 2 the same time they hit other platforms. I did not know this. Because I have so little knowledge of what's coming out on other platforms. I had no idea, like, Tony Hawk 3 and 4 wasn't out yet, you know?
I mean, I would have fucking talked about it. That is a day one for me, you dick. There is only one game that they mentioned that matters. The Silk Song.
Right. Yeah, we'll get there. I have thoughts.
It's the only one that matters. I don't even give a fuck about what else they showed. And it's multi-platform, so it did nothing for me for the Switch 2. I just, yeah. Anyway.
Of the 64 games that have been officially announced for Nintendo Switch 2, 39 of them are new releases.
Okay.
That's more than half.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid number there. Now, that's including remakes. Like, Bravely Default, I put that in the old category. That's an old game. As far as I'm concerned. Even stuff like that's like, this is actually kind of a new thing, like Kirby and the Forgotten Land Starcross World, that doesn't count towards the new game category to me. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, that's an old-ass game. Like,
Right.
I didn't count any of that stuff. I did put 2 things in the new list that are already out on other platforms, just because by the time they hit this platform, it's only going to be like a month or 2, or like a couple of months. Like Split Fiction.
I feel like that counts.
Split Fiction, I'm still counting that as within
Just
launch
came
window.
out.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it just came out. So that was really that was me being uneducated, which is why I felt worse about those. So
sure,
let's go through. Let's go through the list. We're not going to talk in depth about every game because that would be insane.
Right.
We got to talk about all the.
We're already at 3 hours and 10 minutes. So
yes, we are. All right. So they opened the direct with Mario Kart World. We all knew Mario Kart was coming. It was the one game that we had seen in action on the Switch 2 prior to this, and you should have seen me. I was cheering. I was laughing. I was giggling. This could not have made me happier. I love this open world format. I adore the character models. They're so expressive. They're so good looking.
Yeah. This looks outstanding.
Different costumes. And when they did the Treehouse Live on it, it really hit me that I have not played single player Mario Kart in a fucking decade. I did Mario Kart 8 single player on Wii U, and that's where I stopped. I've only played that game with like my wife and kids since then. I love going through a new Mario Kart game single player, and like as I'm watching them play this, I'm like, I cannot fucking wait. I'm so excited about this. It looks so good. It looks so
great.
Fun.
It looks absolutely outstanding. There were a couple of things that I noticed as I was looking in, like the grinding on rails and stuff.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, oh, you guys have played Speedstorm.
Driving on walls.
Because that is 100% from Speedstorm. And I was like, oh, shit. Because Speedstorm's fucking great. And, like, very similar to you, I love playing through that shit single player. Like, I just bought Figment in Speedstorm. It was $10 fucking dollars, Chris. I spent $10 just so I could have that little fucking purple dragon because I love him so much, and Speedstorm is so great. It's so great. It is Mario Kart levels good. And then to see some of the stuff that I like in Speedstorm in this Mario Kart World trailer, like the rail grinding and all that stuff, I was like, that's really fucking awesome. Because it's innovative and it's fun. I'm so excited.
You've got the new vehicles, like the what is it, the snowmobiles and the boats, like that's super cool looking. I love the way that it's all connected. Like when I was watching the Treehouse Live play through it, like you do laps in the first race, and then the rest of it's all like straight lines, like Forza Horizon kind of, where you're just like you're driving to and then through the next course, and then you just go from there to the next one, and the new courses look so fucking good. The music, what little I could hear over the talking, sounded freaking phenomenal. This new I forget what the mode's called, but where you're like all 24 racers are racing, and then like at
the
each
knockout
one,
mode
if you're
or something like that,
knockout
I think it
mode,
was.
yeah. And like, you know, if you're not at a certain like place threshold, you're done, and you like, it's great. But we also don't know everything about it because they kept like being real coy about things and stopping in certain places during this. Yeah, because there's a direct on April 17th. It's just dedicated to Mario Kart World. So I think we're going to learn a little bit more about why that game's so fucking expensive, maybe. But there's also like this open drive, which like seemed silly at first, and then when I was watching watching them play through the game, I'm like, oh my god, there are so many shortcuts. And with the open like free drive, you're not stuck in a race. You can just explore the courses and figure out where the secrets are. Like,
that's very cool.
Chef kiss.
Or you can just go for a drive.
See the world.
It's one of the funniest moments ever to me on Big Bang Theory. There, like early on before that show started to suck, there's a moment where Sheldon is talking about how he needed to clear his head and take a walk, and he was playing like Red Dead Redemption, and he's just walking around, you know. But like I thought that was so funny back then, and the same kind of thing is applicable here. Like, I'm just going to go for a drive. I just want to go exist in this world for a little bit and turn my brain off and just kind of drive around, and that's awesome. I think this game looks absolutely fucking incredible.
Same here. I'm just over the moon about this one. I could not be happier. And I'm looking forward to April 17th to learn even more about it.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Next thing. This almost drove me to tears. Metroid Prime 4 is a fucking Switch 2 game. It is also a Switch game, but now that I've seen it actually running on Switch 2, now they show the trailer for it during, a small trailer for it during the presentation. And I was like, all right, that looks better. Like, that looks really good. I'm very happy about it. But then I watched Treehouse Live, and I was fucking jaw on the floor. Just, I was gobsmacked by how pretty it was. Like, holy shit,
well,
this is a
apparently I gotta watch the
game.
Treehouse Live then.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do.
Because
Treehouse Live...
I did not think it looked that much better. Like, I thought it looked better.
Yeah. But
during the Switch 2, I was like, yeah, looks better.
The little side by side, yeah. It's noticeably better. The frame rate's really nice. The lighting's really great. But they didn't show anything particularly impressive, and that's the problem. Like, they're just showing the same basic footage we saw on that Switch 1 Direct from a week ago. They didn't show off anything super cool during the Metroid Prime 4 bit. The Treehouse Live presentation was the whole first chunk of the game, where you're at this space station and space pirates are attacking. Because the space pirates are working with Psylocke, and you get to see Psylocke. So, like, these space pirates are attacking the station, they're killing people. Everything is so shiny. It looks like a next-gen game. It looks like a Switch 2 game. And I'm like, why didn't you show this during the Direct? Because this is fucking awesome. You get to see a whole first boss battle, which is wild. So this big fat fucker comes out, and he's like ready to kick your ass, and then a Metroid comes in. And it's one of those weird-ass Metroids that we saw floating behind Psylocke in the first trailer for Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah.
And it attaches to him, and he grows these Metroid-looking pustules all over him and mutates and stuff. So he's like fused with Metroid bits, and you have to like shoot the Metroid bits off before he explodes. The fight took a while. It was really cool looking. Oh my god, this game looked fucking amazing. And then after you beat that boss, then Psylocke breaks through the door. The two of you shoot it out a little bit, but Psylocke shoots the artifact, which is what's happening. So the Galactic Federation has this artifact, and space pirates are trying to get it. The artifact is that weird shaped thing in the Metroid Prime 4 logo. You know, the little swooshy thing in the background?
Yeah.
It's the artifact. That's actually a thing in the game. And so they shoot that, and like Samus shoots Psylocke and knocks him down, but Psylocke's already shot the artifact, and it spins around, and there's this huge fucking explosion. Presumably this is what teleports Samus to that new planet. But
this is where you lose your powers.
But I don't think you lose your powers, because she didn't have her powers lost when they showed that game. That would make sense, but oh my god. I was Metroid Prime 4 looks like a next-gen game. It just looks like a next-gen game. The other piece of this was super cool, was showing the mouse controls in action. So the mouse controls in Prime 4 they change seamlessly. Like, you're moving around the mouse to aim, but anytime you need to like use buttons or something like that, as soon as you pick it up, it automatically switches to motion controls again.
That's cool.
Just the movement of switching the mouse from being against a surface to picking it up in your hand, no menu, no pause, no nothing. It is a seamless one thing to the next of just changing between which styles are happening, which is really cool.
That's cool. Yeah, that's great.
That's I'm still not going to play it that way. I'm just not. I don't see it happening.
Definitely not. But that's awesome.
Great with the dual analog controls on. I'm looking at it right now. And make sure when you go to YouTube to watch the Switch to Metroid Prime footage from Treehouse Live, make sure you're streaming it in 4K, because like.
Oh yeah,
fuck me.
You think I stream anything less than 4K? Oof. Again,
I just know that
I'm not
whenever
a fucking
I go,
animal, Chris.
When I go to YouTube, it doesn't automatically do that for me. It'll be like, yeah, 1080p is good enough. And I'm like, no.
You'll watch this in 360 and you'll like it, you prick.
Give me the full business. I'm just looking at this game right now, and I'm like, fucking hell. This is what... this does not feel like a Switch 1 game when I'm looking at it. It does when I'm looking at the footage from the other one. Exactly. Yeah. This is what you should have shown during the Direct. I cannot believe that they didn't show something this cool during the Direct. Like, they saved this for the fucking Treehouse Live. Like, make a trailer out of this. I get it. This is just gameplay, but, like, the scan visor, the images that show up on the side, this looks so fucking good. This looks so fucking good. There's, like, the Galactic Federation. They're showing off these giant robots the Galactic Federation has. It's fucking crazy. And, like, now I'm really curious what this is going to look like on Switch 1. Because, like, we've seen that there's, like, the Switch 1 game still looks really nice, but it doesn't look like this. It just doesn't look this shiny and smooth and detailed. I don't know, man. Metroid Prime, like... At the presentation, I was like, again, Metroid Prime 4 looks pretty damn cool. Oh, that is really nice and noticeable improvement. It wasn't until the next day when I saw the Treehouse Live footage that I was 100% sold. I was just like, I can't believe how good this shit looks. This looks amazing. Oh, boy. So, yeah, you got to watch that. You got to watch that.
I just pulled it up, and I have it waiting for me when we're done.
It's gorgeous. All right, the big one at the end, the big surprise at the end, Donkey Kong Bananza. Oh boy, I called this one. I didn't do it on the show because I made the call afterwards, but you could ask Mike Sheridan. I was talking to him on the phone. I said, what? So the Switch 1 had Breath of the Wild as their big open world game, and everyone's saying that it's 3D Mario is a lock. That's the thing. It's going to be a big open world 3D Mario. But what if it's an open world Donkey Kong game? What does that even look like? It looks like this. It looks so fucking good. Oh, the redesign of Donkey Kong is beautiful. He's so expressive. I love the stupid fucking faces he makes. This game looks amazing. Oh my god, this knocked my socks off when I saw it. And then when I watched the Treehouse Live gameplay of it, just like, oh my god, the shit you do in this game. Oh.
This looks outstanding. Honestly, this was the game that made me want to get the Switch 2. I was like, this looks fucking awesome. And then it was $70, and I was like, I don't know that it looks that good.
Oh, it definitely looks that good to me. I wouldn't blink twice. Because I'd pay $70 for Astrobot, and I think this looks as good as Astrobot.
Sure.
I'm looking at this, I'm looking the way it plays, and I am so glad not only that Donkey Kong is getting a new 3D game, because it's been forever, but that it's not in any way based off Donkey Kong 64.
Right.
It's not a big dopey collectathon. It doesn't have Manky Kong or whatever other tiny Kongs.
Right.
Or whatever other bullshit Kongs. Like, it's Donkey Kong. He has pants in the beginning, and then the thing happens.
I didn't love the pants. Love the pants.
They get ripped off.
I know. I didn't love them, though.
No, like, there's a cinematic sequence where this, like, big black hole is opening up, and he's hanging on, and his pants get ripped off and sucked into a black hole.
That's the way it should be.
And then you play the rest of the game without pants. The pants
That's the way it should be.
Just for the beginning when he's a minor. He's in the
just so that we could make this joke later.
Exactly. Oh my god,
we have to put him in pants first.
Oh,
that's great.
It was so good. Oh my god, the gameplay footage on that has sold me so quick. It looks so nice. So the thing that you're mining is, I think it's an element called bananium.
As well it should be.
I fucking love you so much. Oh, this game blew me away. As well
it should be.
Absolutely knocked my fucking socks off. I couldn't be happier. It looks amazing. It's in July. It's not that far out. Oh.
Yeah, and I think that's really smart of them to have Mario Kart World be the launch title, and then a month later hit people with the Donkey Kong game.
And that's why I'm no longer upset about the lack of a release date for Prime. I think Prime 4 is going to be August. Because it looks like it's basically
August
done.
Holiday, something like that. Yeah,
yeah. I don't know if they're putting it off all the way to holiday, but yeah, it's going to be August or September. I think September at the latest. Because the thing about this is that we don't know much past the first couple of months. They didn't talk at all about holiday season.
Right. We assume the Pokemon game will be around there.
Yeah.
There's a couple like safe bets you can make.
Yeah.
But it looks like there will be a solid lineup going into the holiday season, certainly.
Yeah. But Prime 4 looks like, and if they had showed this during the Direct, Prime 4 is that what I said it was going to be. This is going to be your showpiece for how much better Switch 1 games will look on Switch 2. Like, this is the same game in two places, and this looks astronomically better on Switch 2. Donkey Kong, though, was a big fucking surprise. I love the design. I cannot say enough good things about how many facial expressions Donkey Kong has, how much better this design is than the old Rare design, which I love. This is just such a great evolution. This is such a great evolution. I could not have just love this so much. I can't wait to get my hands on that game.
Yeah, I am hoping... I'm mostly joking when I say that I don't know $70 is for me. Like, I would obviously pay that much for this. It looks... I'm sure it will be worth it and all of that. I am hoping that when I play this, I feel the way about this game as I did about Donkey Kong Country. Like, and I feel that way about it, like, looking at it. You know, it's giving me that same sort of comfort, warm, fuzzy feeling when I think about the first Donkey Kong Country and how impactful that was and how much I loved that fucking game.
Just
this game is very much
feel. Yeah,
it's really reminding me of it. The vibes, as the kids say.
The vibes, yes. And it's just nice to see Donkey Kong in the spotlight in a proper new game. It's been way too long.
He's a great character.
Moving right along. About halfway through this thing, we got a glimpse of a game called Dragon Drive.
This looked real bad.
Yeah.
This looked like shit. It looked like shit. It looked like it would be infuriating to play after about 5 minutes.
So here's what I've come to understand. I watched the gameplay footage of it, and I've read, the hands-on impressions. Apparently this game is very fun once you learn how to play it. But nobody's going to do that, because it's not extraordinarily comfortable to play. Your arms get tired real quick, and it's ugly.
It's real ugly. It's a shocking Nintendo property.
There's no personality here.
None.
Like, if this exact same thing had the degree of personality that ARMS had, we'd be having a different conversation. See, this game here is proof... I think we would. I don't think we would be saying this is a game that's for us, but if this had some sort of really creative personality to it, not just generic robots and wheelchairs underground with black backgrounds, like, it would be a different thing, because we could look at it and say, like, at least it's neat, at least it's fun to look at, but it's not. And this is further proof to me that Nintendo has never gotten over the fact that they did not invent Rocket League. Because I don't know if you remember, at this E3 presentation, they did Blast Ball, and they didn't tell anybody it was Metroid Prime Blast Ball. They just did Blast Ball. And, like, look at this super cool thing. And everyone's like, yeah, that is pretty neat. But look at Rocket League. It came out like a month or two before that, and Rocket League was just, okay, this is this, but it's way better. And Nintendo was like, but we put all this time, look what we came up with. Like, somebody else came up with this, like, 2 months ago before you, and they did it way better. And I think Nintendo's never gotten over that. And, like, Blast Ball was neat, but it wasn't Rocket League. And that's exactly where we are here with Dragon Drive. It's neat, apparently, but it's not Rocket League. And it certainly doesn't have the personality. This does not have any of that Nintendo personality. And it's kind of a bummer, because there is something inherently cool about the representation of... Look at that. There's a first-party Nintendo game that's representing wheelchair basketball.
Yeah.
But it also just happens to look
cool.
like shit. It doesn't have any of the cool personality that Nintendo games are known for. There's no color. There's no nothing. It's just, okay. It can be super fun, but if it looks like Bomberman for Xbox 360, who's going to play it?
It looks like, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
Super generic. It doesn't have any soul.
It looks like if there's a different way to control it, maybe there's some more fun to be had. But if you got to do that shit with the mice the whole time, I can't imagine that being fun. I would love to be wrong on that because I do think that representation is important. Right now, the biggest representation of wheelchair basketball and the athletes that play that sport is the Murder Ball documentary, and that doesn't necessarily paint it in the greatest light. So I do think there is an important light to be shown here on the sport and, in the parlance of our times, the disabled athletes that participate in these sports. But this just looks generic as fuck. It was like, let's make Tron without any neon colors. I was like, well, then you just made a game that's in the dark.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
This is so astoundingly not Nintendo. I'm just utterly fascinated by it. I don't think this game's going anywhere. I don't think this is going to even have the impact that ARMS did.
Yeah.
Speaking of baffling decisions... Yeah, that's a bit of airball.
If this is what I think you're about to talk about, this is just the biggest fuck you I think possible.
Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour.
How dare you charge money for this?
What?
How dare you?
Like as they're doing the presentation, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll fuck around with that. That sounds neat. That's paid. What?
$10 is probably what it's going to be in the United States because it's over $6 with the Japanese
and there's no way
pricing.
They're not rounding up.
Fuck you. Fuck $5
is the most I would ever even vaguely consider paying for this out of curiosity.
And you better fucking not. You better not. Aperture Desk Job has Nate Bargatze as the voice of the fucking robot. And it's free. And it ties into
Playroom.
Fucking Portal lore. Astro's Playroom is free.
Playroom is free.
Directly off.
Where do you get off charging money for this? And like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I was like, all right, we've got Treehouse Live. Show me that this is worth money. And then they did a whole presentation on Treehouse Live. I was like, no, this is exactly what I thought this was. What are you doing? Who's going to buy this?
How very dare you? Well, Nintendo psychopaths are going to buy it. The 15,
20 people like me that are just so morbidly curious, like, I have to know. I just have to. But if it's $10, no. If this is $5, I will consider it out of morbid curiosity, and that is it.
It should be $1 if it has to cost money. If it has to. And I was so angry. I was so
it's infuriating,
irrationally angry at this.
Oh my god! We forgot to talk about the cow. Mario Kart World. We forgot to talk about the roster. Apparently, the fucking weird duck things that were on the beach in Mario Sunshine that would like launch you up in the air. Those things are playable. The fucking penguin from Mario 64 is playable. The cow from Moo Moo Meadows is playable. And
the kids were really excited that Nabbit was there.
Yeah, Nabbit was there.
Nabbit.
A fucking fishbone was there. Yes, Mario Kart World's cow can eat burgers and steak.
That's fucked up, and he shouldn't. That's cannibalism.
He doesn't give. That's cannibalism, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Cannibalism. Yeah, Mario Kart World is going to be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
is the most important cow. I love that cow with all my heart. I love it a hell of a lot more than Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you?
I mean, you want to talk about not reading the room.
I don't care how much work you put into that game.
It doesn't matter.
Game. It's a tech demo.
It's not.
It is a tech demo. You didn't
it's an
make
instruction manual.
Yeah, and it's full of neat information. It breaks down like how the new force feedback system works, like with involved diagrams and shit. Like that's neat. Who's gonna pay for this? Who is this for? What the fuck? The only way you're going to get people interested in that is if it's free. You're insane. You have lost the fucking plot. What are you doing?
I was just irrationally angry.
Just what? All of the fucks. What all of the fucks?
I believe as soon as that came on, I uttered just one of my favorite phrases of all time. There's a movie called Slammin' Salmon that is not a great movie, but it is a hilarious movie. And in that movie, Michael Clark Duncan, when he gets angry, yells, "What the half a fuck is going on here?" And that is what I yelled out I was like, "What the half a fuck are they thinking?" I don't know why half a fuck is so funny, but to me, what the half a fuck are they thinking is just hilarious.
So this game, if I didn't write it down, I would have forgotten about it a third time. Apparently, there's a new Hyrule Warriors.
Oh God, I got kind of excited for a second, and as we're watching it, Tiff is like, "Is this Zelda: The Legend of Zelda? Finally? Is that what?" And kind of, but
I mean, it's an interesting part of the story.
Sure.
Okay.
But I don't want to play it this way.
I'm kind of done. I've bought and not played through 2 Hyrule Warriors games. Now, granted, the thing that stopped me from finishing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity was the presentation. The game did not run well. Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The game can't be played.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't play it.
Doesn't work on Switch all that well. The frame rate just gets gross, and it really started to bug me. It just didn't feel good to play. And when the frame rate gets that low, if it's that inconsistent, it stops feeling good to play. And when it stops feeling good to play, then I just don't care anymore.
Then what are we doing?
But this one, if it runs super smooth, I might consider it. I'm going to have to buy it. It's a Zelda game. I buy every Zelda game. It's just my problem.
Sure. But those games are fun for 5 minutes.
Apparently not to some people.
I know. And again, if that's your jam, fucking awesome. I'm so happy for you.
It was nice seeing a Hyrule Warrior games run on Switch 2 that didn't run like ass, but still. Speaking of running like ass, Pokemon Legends ZA is getting a Switch 2 version, and it doesn't run like ass. Still kind of looks like ass, but it doesn't run like ass. So
it didn't look
neat.
too much better. Yeah, no, that would be great.
It was just the graphics all looked the same, except it was not stuttering. So, good job, guys.
That's kind of a big deal. Don't stutter.
Fucking shouldn't be, but okay.
But it is.
Here we are. This is a big surprise that some people are really, really excited about that I just don't get because I never played the original for more than 5 minutes, but Masahiro Sakurai has been working on Kirby Air Riders ever since Smash Brothers.
Yeah, this looked graphically outstanding.
But was that even was that gameplay or was that a CG trailer?
I don't know.
I thought that was
whatever
just a
they
CG
showed looked
trailer.
really good.
It did. It looked neat, but I couldn't tell if that we live in an age where you can't tell for sure. Is that gameplay or is that?
That's true.
Or is that CG? Who can tell? But, I mean, people fucking love the original Kirby Air Ride, so...
Yeah, not me.
I've played it for 5 minutes. It didn't really grab me, but... Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it'll show up on Nintendo Switch Online and I'll give it a shot. I don't know.
Maybe? Probably
Who knows when this is coming out? This is probably a long way off. It's Sakurai. He's going to be messing with every detail of it forever.
It seems like a waste of Sakurai's talents.
But you know what? He's earned it. This is the game he wanted to make.
If that's what he wants to do, great.
Yeah, because that's what this is. This isn't a game that somebody asked him to do. What happened was he finished Smash Brothers, and he said, I'm going to do something else. This is what I want to do. So,
and you're going to let me do whatever the fuck I want to do.
That's exactly right. He gets to do whatever he wants. Oh, boy. All right.
In that case, I respect it.
We can start moving through things a little bit quicker now. We saw a brief look at Professor Layton in the new world of Steam. I'm sure you are excited about that game.
Very much so. I love those games.
There's some game coming out, some indie game called Bisterio. I don't know anything about. Borderlands 4 was shown off with a fucking, what was it, Randy Pitchford or whatever that guy's name is. Fuck that guy.
That dickhead. Yeah,
he can fuck right off a cliff. There's a sequel to Daemon X Machina, which I thought didn't sell well to anyone, but apparently there's a new one.
Somebody wants it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Just keep it away from me. I'm good. I tried the demo of the first one. I was like, no thanks. I'm good. Deltarune's getting Chapter 3 and 4.
That was huge. The kids,
that's cool.
The kids fucking lost their shit when that popped up because 1 and 2 are out.
Yeah, they've been out
and have been for a while.
He's been cooking up.
When they saw the 3 and 4,
time.
they were like, "Oh my god, that's fucking amazing!"
Yeah,
and I was like, "Yeah, well, you better hope it comes to PlayStation 5 as well, because that is not a $460 system seller to me."
No, not to me either.
Maybe pump the brakes there, kids.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be on Switch 1 as well, but really, it was neat that it got such a spotlight. You know, like. This is an indie game, just getting a big fat spotlight right there in the middle.
Well, I mean, cool. he does work for them now.
He does. He works
He's done
for
music
quite a bit, for Pokemon.
Yeah, for Pokemon and shit. So
that's pretty.
Like
awesome.
You would hope they'd throw him a bone. Yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome.
EA Sports is bringing Madden
back in the fold,
not FIFA. We still haven't heard about any of their other properties, but. Madden's not
back in the fold, baby.
It's about damn time. And hopefully it's not some stupid watered-down version. It's just something with parity, seeing as, you know, this is the power of the system is on par with PS4 and Steam Deck, so let's treat it that way. Let's not do your dumb legacy editions or whatever. I'm not holding my breath. I have no trust in EA at all, but at least they're putting Madden on it. Enter the Gungeon 2. Never played Enter the Gungeon. Looks neat. It's neat. We're getting a new Fast game. Fast Fusion. Remember Fast RMX or whatever?
That's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Hades 2.
Yeah, that's a big fat awesome.
Yeah, that's big fat awesome.
Hades is great. You really should play it. You'll fucking love it.
These are largely in alphabetical order, by the way.
That's fine.
Something called Goodnight Universe looked pretty neat, I think.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah,
that looked fun. Hollow Knight Silk Song. We got 5 seconds.
You showed it to me. That's all I asked for.
5 seconds.
That's enough, though. That's all Team Cherry is very Nintendo in the way that they operate. Like, they just do shit the way that they're going to do it. And I have to believe
the balls of them writing 2025 next to that when we've seen. No, at this point you owe me a date. I'm not usually the kind of guy that says you owe me something, but no, you owe us a date. Don't you say 2025? You've said 2023 before. Don't you say 2025 to me and show me 5 seconds of gameplay.
I know. I remember the Xbox presentation, but I am a man of my word, and I said, just give me something. Just let me know. And you let me know.
They did. It's still live.
I'm good.
It's here.
I'm good.
We got some new footage.
Need it. I fucking need it so bad. I need it. But where do I get it, Chris? That's the question.
Where is it even going to be? Who knows?
It's going to be everywhere.
Knows? It's going to be an Intellivision Amico exclusive.
Oh, fuck. I would buy... Like, that's the fucked up thing. If it was a fucking Switch 2 exclusive, I'd be like, I mean, all right. A mouth is a mouth. I got to do what I got to do. Like,
is there going to be timed exclusivity? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
Not me.
I got to know. I don't care. I need it.
Oh, Human Fall Flat 2. Marvel Cosmic Invasion is obviously coming here too. Something called My Time at Evershine. NBA 2K. No Sleep for Kaname Date is on here too. Yeah. Project 007. You've shown me hooray! You've shown me nothing.
Yeah, Amazon is really going to try and make 007 a thing over these next couple of years. So get ready.
007 Cinematic Universe. Reanimal.
I mean, I'm into it.
Freaky.
I love it.
Yeah.
I don't remember Reanimal. What was that one?
It was one. It was in the quick the partner
sizzle
showcase
reel
at the end.
Yeah,
the real freaky big armed monster was chasing somebody across a wall or something.
Oh yeah. All right, that looked cool. Yeah,
that looked cool. Rune Factory. We saw Shadow Labyrinth again. Split Fiction. I'm thrilled because I'm really interested in playing Split Fiction.
Me too, man. Me too.
What is that on besides this? I assumed it was just next generation.
I think it's everywhere. I do. I think it's like PS4, 5, Series, Steam. I'm pretty sure.
No, just PS5 and Series.
Oh, really?
So it's not on previous gen. So, yeah, Switch 2 is probably going to be the way I play it. It looks noticeably not as good as the PS5 version, but, whatever. I'm sure it's still going to be fun and interesting, and that's what that game is. That's what that game has held to me, is looking like it's fun and interesting. So,
right.
Boop, 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 boop. What the hell? Where was my list? There it is. All right, Split Fiction looks awesome. Star Seeker Astroneer Expeditions. That looks kind of cute.
That was the Devolver thing?
Yeah. That was the one that got eaten up by the live stream. Fucking Survival Kids? Like, Konami's bringing Survival Kids back? I didn't have that on my bingo card. That was weird. Something called Synth Beasts. All right, let's talk about the Dusk Bloods. Neither of us are From Software guys, so there's not really a lot to say, I guess.
No, I mean, I might be. My cousin just sent me Sekiro, so like I'm really excited to play that. Like it's in the mail currently. I know that's been out for a little bit, but like I just finished reading this week the Book of Five Rings that Miyamoto Musashi wrote, and now my cousin's sending me this game, so like I'm super excited to jump in. This is a player versus player co-op thing, which they did not announce there, and am I crazy? This looked like shit.
It did.
This looked like a PS3
software games look like. I always thought maybe I'm just confusing it with Bethesda games.
No, like this looked like a PS3 game. I thought and like if people are excited about it, that's awesome. Again, like I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I just thought it looked awful. I thought this, in particular, and Cyberpunk looked really bad.
Yeah, same here.
Surprisingly bad. Like, because then you see Donkey Kong.
I didn't care about them enough for it to stick out to me.
Yeah. But this was again where, as I was saying earlier in the show tonight, of like you've now put yourself in a place of direct competition. This better look better, because that's not it, guys.
No,
I know graphics are not the only thing, but maybe I'm crazy. I mean, maybe it's just me and you and other people that I've seen voice this same opinion. Maybe all of us are wrong. I was really, really surprised at how bad those looked in comparison to a lot of the other stuff that they were showing.
I didn't think Elden Ring looked all that good either.
No, it didn't. I mean, that's awesome that Elden Ring is coming out. That's great. Yeah. That's fucking awesome, but it looked really bad. Not as bad as this Dusk Bloods thing. Yeah, it did. I thought it looked really shitty.
I have to assume it's going to look better by the time it comes out. But yeah, it didn't make a great first impression on me. But it was never going to. Like, it's just not
Right.
It's just not my thing.
But a console exclusive From Software game is a big deal.
It is. And I
like that is a big hairy deal.
I don't think that its presentation has. I think the thing that's dropped its standing in the eyes of a lot of folks out there is that it's in a multiplayer thing. Like I think that's what is upsetting people more than its performance. But
right, it's not the solo Soulsborne experience.
Yeah. All right, I'm running out of consciousness, so let's shuffle this along.
Okay.
Tony Hawk, 2 Point Museum, Witchbrook, WWE2K, fucking Archives, Ridge Racer. All right, sure. Heap on more of that. Let's do it.
Why not? I mean,
default.
You know the tradition, Chris. Every time a new Nintendo console comes out, you got to have Ridge Racer.
No, every time a console comes out. That's not limited to Nintendo. You make a console,
but we're not even going to make new ones. We're just going back. We're just going to start
the
over.
original one right here.
Yep.
Cyberpunk, Great. Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Remake. That looked pretty good. That looked like it was running pretty solid.
Yeah, that looked pretty solid.
Yeah. Fortnite.
It's a great game.
I was surprised we saw Fortnite, but we didn't see Fall Guys or Minecraft, like those evergreen titles. I was really surprised to not see Minecraft anywhere, especially since the movie just
I'm sure it'll be there. Yeah.
It has to be. Especially because like the big thing they just announced with Minecraft is this new graphical mode that the Switch One probably is not going to handle very well if it comes to the Switch One at all. So anyway, Fur Squadron Phoenix is an indie game that looks like Star Fox. Hitman World of Assassination. Cool. I think that looked terrible.
Sure.
Hitman World Assassination just looks like just straight garbage. It just didn't look like a next gen game. Looked like a Switch One game. Hogwarts Legacy, sure. The Kitsunugami, Nobunaga's Ambition, Puyo Puyo Tetris, Raidu, Civilization 7, Sonic and Shadow Generations was announced. Not shown in the Direct, but okay. Star Wars Outlaws, the new Star Wars game I don't care about. Give me the Jedi games. Put both of the Jedi games on Switch 2. I'll give them a try.
With performance enhancements, please.
Yes, please and thank you. Story of Seasons, Grand Bazaar. All right, Wild Hearts S, Yakuza 0, Yuka Replayly, and the one that I cared about, Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6
which looks good.
It looked pretty okay. There was a couple of weird hiccups during the Treehouse Live, but I think that was a YouTube thing. It just froze a couple of times. Like the stream.
How do you play that
with
the buttons on the Joy-Con? How does that work?
Oh, so single Joy-Con play? Oh, man.
Yeah.
They Capcomed the fuck out of this. This is hysterical. So, like, you can use Pro Controller and make it play like Street Fighter 6. Like,
as well,
that's
you
the
should.
main thing.
Yeah.
But remember when they did the 3DS Street Fighter 4? They had all these just completely insane modes?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Street Fighter 6 has a single Joy-Con mode where you... This is hilarious. You tilt it to move, like you tilt the controller left and right to move back and forth, and then different, just like shaking the thing does different attacks. It's just complete fucking chaos.
I'm sad that you don't have to yell the name of the move.
That
would be amazing. Just a voice controlled Street Fighter.
But
so that we could all
dumber.
try to to the fucking hurricane kick.
It gets even dumber because there's a calorie burning mode.
Ooh.
But it's not referring to you. You win the battle by making your character burn the most calories. So you don't have a health meter.
I really love Capcom.
You have a calorie meter, and the idea is to just do as many moves as you can. It's so fucking stupid.
You don't have to interact with the other player. You just jump around the screen like a fucking jackass.
God. It looked so stupid. I didn't get to watch in extreme detail because I was working a lot today. But oh my god, that was.
I want to see competitive play of that mode.
Let's get that mode at Evo. It was also like you also controlled that with the Joy-Con, so it was just
that's awesome.
This is just pure stupidity. way to Capcom, dudes. Like, way to do it.
That's great.
But the other big surprise was... No, go ahead.
I was pretty impressed with what I saw.
The
out of
other
all
big
that shit.
surprise
Like,
with Street
most of it
Fighter
looked
6 is they're bringing back Amiibo.
Yes.
There's 3 new Amiibo for Street Fighter 6, which are hilariously out of scale with the Smash Brothers Ryu and Ken, so they look ridiculous.
As well
next
they
to
should
them.
be. Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous. But we also found out after the
these are 6
fact
Amiibo.
that Zelda is getting 5 new Amiibo. They're getting the 4 new champions, and they're also getting this construct thing from the game that you didn't play, so you don't know about it. But that's going to be a really cool looking Amiibo. But Amiibo are back.
That's awesome.
Who saw 8 new Amiibo being announced this week? I didn't see that coming.
I mean,
and that
they've made a
happy.
lot of fucking money off of Amiibo.
They have.
You got to imagine new shit is coming.
I just keep expecting them to be like, all right, and that's the end of it. No more. We're just going to keep re-releasing these ones, and that's the end of that.
Nope.
But
now we're going to get a red suit Samus and
sign me the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, overall, I thought the games, for the most part, looked really good. Couple things where it was like, whoa, that looks really bad. Maybe don't show that one. But for the most part, I thought the games looked really good. I was really surprised how many of the games were also announced in the Switch Direct 5 days earlier.
Right.
That I thought was strange.
That Nintendo really had... The Nintendo had 3 solid bangers. Mario Kart, Metroid Prime, and Donkey Kong. Drag Drive, I think, was a big swing and a miss. Switch Welcome Tour is a swing and a miss. Hyrule Warriors is fine. Kirby Air Riders is too far out to tell. And Pokemon Legends ZA was also a pretty well-known quantity by then. If they had taken... If you had added Tamagotchi Life and Rhythm Heaven to this, just do a segment since the Switch 1 is, compatible with the Switch 2, do a little segment and show off those games here. Make one bigger stage. I think I would have left this a little bit happier had the Rhythm Heaven been incorporated in this, but whatever. This has been a very difficult This has been a difficult week, and I still have some work to catch up on tomorrow morning because I just couldn't get it all done this week. Trying to follow the news, try to piece all this information together because it was just doled out chaotically across multiple platforms. This rollout has been a fucking mess, and it's quickly
it's a shame because we should be so good. We should have been coming out of this just so excited.
Yeah, that's
because there's a lot to be excited about.
There is Mario Kart.
There's
and
so
Donkey
much
Kong
to be excited.
And Metroid Prime. Those 3 games are just a knockout to me. They're so good looking. I'm thrilled.
But man, is there so much negativity surrounding it too.
Yeah.
And that's such a fucking bummer.
It is fucking tragic. And it makes me sad.
I imagine you feel the way I felt after the PlayStation 3 conference, which thankfully Sony course corrected, and I felt great after the PS4 one. I felt great after the PS5 one. I felt great since. I think they've done a good job, and they've course corrected since then. But man, this has just been a weird, and for us to be legit, it's April. We're 2 months away from the console launch, and there's so much unknown.
There's so much unknown, but it also they still have time. They have time to course correct. Like they were intentional with the information that they withheld from the actual video direct itself. And obviously the world is in chaos right now, so it's difficult to plan. But they've got time to make this right. They could still turn this around and have an extraordinary launch and start this system out as well as you could expect a new system that's coming out in the midst of a global disaster to be.
I don't even know. I saw somebody on Blue Sky or whatever the other day being like, just making fun of Trump and being like, they're calling it the Great Depression. Nobody's ever seen a depression as great as this. This is the greatest depression of all time. People are coming to me with tears in their eyes.
We don't know. We could be heading towards a recession, or we could be heading towards full-on depression.
Knows, man?
We don't know.
Who knows?
We don't know what's happening.
So much is up in the air.
Drop a bunch of money on a Switch 2 because I'm a goober.
Hey, man. This is where, like, in times like this, and right, first world problems and all of that. Like, I was talking about it with the dude at the local comic book shop because I popped in there the other day to see if they had the Christopher Reeve Superman, and they had the alternate one, which is the dark suit when he goes bad in Superman 3, and they wanted $50 for it, and that's just about $10 more than I would be willing to pay for that. I would have paid $50 for the regular bright blue suit one. I obviously don't want to, but the alternate, like, I just didn't want that one as much. You know, and we were talking about it there too, of like, you know, obviously these are first world problems, but over the next 3.5 years, let's just be honest about where we are. You know, over the next 3.5 years, those little hits of dopamine are going to be really fucking important.
They really,
like,
really
there's
are.
You've got to have something that makes slogging through the shit worth it. You know, and this is the kind of stuff where you wanted to come out of this just on a high, and so much has been so fucking chaotic, and there's still so much unknown that it's like, I don't know how to feel right now. You know, like, I don't even know how to feel anymore.
Yeah, like
the price point, the game pricing, like, if these tariffs take effect and we're talking about a $650 system, don't even fucking bother. Just don't bother. Don't do it. Don't release it. Not here anyway. Give it a year. See if something happens. You know, like, that's but maybe release it. Maybe go the way that Steam Deck goes. You know, that thing is sold pretty fucking well, and it's expensive.
Yeah.
You know, but man, I just don't know.
See what happens.
Or fucking get your peg leg in your eye patch. I mean, do what you got to do. You know, not that I'm advocating for piracy, but you know, be honest about shit. Like, this is where we are right now. It's fucking wild, man. It's wild. I feel so much more positive about the Switch 2 stuff than I did about the Switch, and I was dead wrong about the Switch, and I hope that I am not dead wrong about the Switch 2. Right. I hope we don't go the other way of like, fuck, we were positive about this one, and what a fucking shit show.
All right. We're going to take ourselves another quick break. You know, you thought I was going to end the show, but no, I actually do have something else we need to talk about. So we're going to take ourselves a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been up to. You're still listening to the Stone Age Gamer podcast from geekade.com. Stick around.
We are Safe at Home, the leading dog rescue in the heart of New Jersey. Are you searching for a loyal companion, a dog that will bring love and joy to your home? Look no further than Safe at Home. At Safe at Home, we believe in giving every dog a second chance. We rescue, rehabilitate, and find loving forever homes for dogs in need, right here in the Garden State. Our dogs are ready to make a lasting impact on your life. Each one has a unique story, a wagging tail, and an incredible capacity for love. When you adopt from Safe at Home, you're not just gaining a pet, you're becoming a part of our family. Our dedicated team ensures a seamless adoption process, providing ongoing support and guidance. With New Jersey's beautiful parks, beaches, and trails, you and your new furry friend will have endless opportunities for adventures and cherished memories. Safe at Home relies on the support of compassionate individuals like you. Your donations and volunteer work enable us to continue saving lives and finding forever homes for these amazing dogs. Join us in creating a safer, happier community for dogs in New Jersey. Together we can make a difference and give every dog the chance to feel safe at home. Visit our website or call us now to learn about how you can be a part of the Safe at Home mission. Safe at Home, because every dog deserves to be loved and protected. www.safeathomerescue.org.
Hey, Hey, I'm Ryan.
And I'm Andy. Neither of us are David Crane, but we are the hosts of David Crane's Amazing Movie Time.
That's our monthly Geekade Patreon exclusive podcast that covers movies that are cult classics, weird, or just sometimes laughably bad.
We ourselves have at least two of those qualities, so I guess it makes sense to hear what we think of those movies in retrospect.
You can hear all that and more by becoming a Geekade Patreon supporter.
And, as always, be kind, rewind.
Do you enjoy the Stone Age Gamer podcast and other shows on the Geekade Podcast Network? Do you wish you could listen to them sooner than the regular unwashed masses? Do you wish you could contribute in some way? Well, then you should check out the Geekade Patreon. Yes, the Geekade Patreon is a wonderful and very much appreciated way for you to help us pay the bills and keep our shows running week after week. As a Geekade patron, you'll get a monthly podcast topic schedule and early access to nearly every show on the Geekade Podcast Network, as well as access to a patron-exclusive monthly show called DC's Amazing Movie Time from the creators of the Weekend Rental podcast. So head on over to patreon.com/Geekade and become a loved and appreciated member of the Geekade Patreon team and get early access to shows like the Stone Age Gamer podcast, this week's episode, Turning Tracks, and a whole lot more. See you there. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're still here. We're still going.
Yeah, we didn't take a break. We lied.
I have important stuff to talk about. I assume. Did you play any games this week?
Yes. I bought Figment in Speedstorm, so I played a fuck ton of that. I've been playing. Me and Tiff have been going through Little Hope, which is the Dark Pictures anthology, choose your own adventure thing. It's fun. It's like witches and like the Salem witch trials, and I like all that shit. That's really cool. Snap and Pad. I just hit 3,400 days on my Japanese Pad account, or 2,400. I don't fucking remember. A lot of fucking days on my Japanese Pad account, which is just nuts. And my cousin, like I said, my cousin is sending me Sekiro, which I have to say that way because that's how he said it, and I thought it was silly. So I'm really excited. Like, I should have that. If it's not upstairs right now from like a late postal delivery, I should have it like tomorrow. So I'm like really, really excited to jump into that one. But there you go. There's the short and sweet.
Cool. I played Breakout. It was really fucking good. I'm almost done with it, but I said that earlier.
That's awesome.
Last night, I had the pleasure of taking John and Ellie and some friends, other family friends of ours. We went out to go see Minecraft on opening on early preview night. I cannot say that it is a well put together movie because a lot of things did not make sense. But damned if we weren't laughing our butts off.
That's
great. That
great.
movie was silly. It was fun. It knew exactly how seriously to take itself. It didn't make a lot of sense in a lot of ways, and it didn't matter. Like, they just glossed over things because who the fuck cares? It's a Minecraft movie.
Right.
Jack Black was very Jack Black. Just yelling everything all the time.
That's what he does.
There was an unnecessary subplot about a villager that made it out into the real world, and that comedian woman, this is like an older woman who complains a lot, and people love her. I don't get it. Let's see the draw.
Who? So who the fuck are you talking? I just keep talking. I'll fucking look it up. It's fine. That was not descriptive.
Jennifer Coolidge.
I want to say... Oh, okay. Oh, I hate her. God, do I not like Jennifer Coolidge.
There's a subplot of her falling in love with a villager. It's really fucking disturbing. Because the villagers are really fucking disturbing looking. Yeah. It's fortunately very, very brief. So, you know, it comes back from time to time, and then there is a small payoff at the very end, like the mid-credit scene is kind of a payoff for that. So, okay.
Okay.
Also, this is something that freaked me out. Let me make 100% sure that is who, Jermaine Clement's in the movie.
Flight of the Conchords?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
Totally unrecognizable. Well, actually, it says voice next to it, so that doesn't make any sense. Now, maybe that's why he was so unrecognizable. There was a dude in the movie that we were sort of watching it, and there's this dude in the movie, and we were like, this movie clearly thinks we recognize this person. Like, this is supposed to be someone we know, and
right.
Like, neither
why
of us
is
could
white
place
Richard
it.
Ayoade here?
Yeah, and then Karen was like, it was Jermaine Clement. Completely unrecognizable. It was very strange. Anyways, it was a very fun movie. It was, like, the whole beginning is this weird, just like... So everybody deals with this... The insanity of being in the world of Minecraft really well. Like, when when the villager shows up in the real world and is just walking around, like, nobody's batting an eye at this, like... square-headed monstrosity. Like, they're frightening looking and really with quote-unquote realism. Like, and then, like, everybody gets sucked in the world of Minecraft and they're just like, okay, this is weird, but, like, not, like, freaking out over the fact that just everything's cubes and it's nobody, just, like, they figure it out. Like, they just start throwing blocks around. Like, they just fucking figure it out. It's madness. It is completely absurd. Jason Momoa is a lot funnier than I expected him to be because he looks like hell in this movie. But
he looks terrible. Like I said, this is the first time I haven't wanted to fuck him, and that makes me sad. It
makes sense, you know, plot wise. It makes sense for him.
Okay.
I'm going to give a spoiler warning. Not that I think this is really that big of a deal, but I know John was really, really hoping that he was going to see the Ender Dragon, and the Ender Dragon is not in the movie.
Really?
Yeah, no Ender Dragon. I would assume that if they do another one of these, you're going to get to an Ender Dragon. The villain was a character that's supposedly in Minecraft Legends, some sort of pig wizard thing lady, that she was like the main villain. So yeah, we didn't get Ender Dragon. We did see Enderman. You do see one Enderman, and it's fucking terrifying. Like, as I'm watching this, I'm like, what are they going to do for live action Enderman, right? Like, I just... Because the way they're translating things like creepers and stuff into live action, I think is pretty fascinating. It's an interesting looking movie. Like, it's always interesting to look at. But I was really kind of curious what they were going to do with the Enderman, and that scene was freaky as fuck. Like, he was doing, they moved just like they do in the game. Like, this movie was clearly made by the people who made the game. Like, they were very involved in this, and you can tell because it's almost completely lore accurate. John had no complaints with any of that stuff. There's one thing that shows up in here that doesn't exist in the games. It's like a iron golem with swift shoes.
Okay.
But again, that's like it's a thing that they did it for this movie, right? Now that's probably going to be in the game. I think it's already in the movie expansion thing that you can get for the game. Like, I was surprised how much we all enjoyed ourselves. Like, I knew the kids were going to like it, kind of no matter what. But, like, all of us grown-ups were also laughing, too, because it's just a goofy, stupid movie.
Yeah.
There's a great joke. So, another thing, I don't know if you've seen any behind-the-scenes stuff. There's a lot of the scenery is real. Like, they built so much real Minecraft stuff, which was really cool. It gave the movie a more tangible look than you would expect a Minecraft movie to have. Which was nice. Lots of real sets. Cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So Jason Momoa's character, as you've seen the trailers, he's like almost like a Billy Mitchell kind of character. He was like, he was this big king of the video game world, and then he's all washed up now. So he runs a video game store, and there's this gag early on where he puts something down on like a discount bin, and the discount bin is just full of copies of Bases Loaded for NES. Like, nice. It was actual super common NES games. It's like, wow, they put the thought into that. That's nice. That's pretty neat. Yeah.
Well, the nerds would have fucking lost their minds.
They would have. And you see that stuff happen all the time in movies that tie into video games. Right. But you can tell top to bottom that the people that make Minecraft were as involved in this as they said they were, because like there was no piece of this that like John and Ellie and Aurora were looking at saying like, because they all play the game, they know this shit backwards and forwards, and there was no point where they're like, that's not how you make one of those, like that's not those aren't the ingredients to make a sword. That's incorrect, that's not accurate. Like, no, that it was all pretty well spot on, and it was fun. It was a fun, stupid movie.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah. Highly recommend it.
Love that for you.
Yeah, we saw it in IMAX. We didn't get the Superman special preview. Did you see that?
No, I am watching no more things about Superman. I don't want to know anything else.
Okay. All right, then.
I just don't want to. Like, you've already got my money. I'm already going to see it. I think he looks great. I think Crypto looks great. The whole fucking thing. I am sold. So yeah, I don't need to see anymore.
Yeah. That I won't say anything more. I'll talk about what happened when I watched the trailer. So we went with my friends Erica and Josh and their kid Aurora, who's Ellie's friend. And Erica knows absolutely nothing about comic books at all. Like, to the extent that I didn't think anybody who exists in the world actually doesn't know this stuff anymore. Like, we were talking at Pickup one day about Marvel movies, and she was like I think we were talking about the Avengers cast. Yeah, she asked, like, so what's Spider-Man? Is he's not an Avenger, right? Like, no, that's the same universe. Like, oh, so is Batman there? Like, no, Batman's DC. She's like, what's DC? I'm like, okay, this is where we're
Son of a bitch.
So the Superman trailer starts, and she's sitting next. She's on one side, and John's on the other side. And the Superman trailer starts, and he crashes down because you've seen the trailer,
right?
And he's like laying there, and she's like, "Oh no, what's wrong with him?" I was like, "Wait till you see who comes and rescues him," because like she's a big animal lover. So as soon as Crypto showed up, she was just like, "Oh!" That was pretty
doggy. That's great.
That was pretty wonderful. Yeah, I think that was it. We didn't get any other super interesting trailers, which kind of surprised me. I'm trying to remember what other trailers we got. Like Fantastic Four. That was nice to see that trailer up on the big screen. There was a new Five Nights at Freddy's trailer that we didn't get, which surprised me. I thought if that was going to be anywhere, it'd be in front of Minecraft.
Right.
But
yeah.
No.
Yeah, the kids watched that one. They thought it looked really cool. They were really excited about it. We liked the first one. It was fine. It was what it should be.
We had. I don't even know what other trailers are out right now. There's something else that looked kind of interesting, and now I can't remember it. But
Thunderbolts?
Yeah. No, we didn't get Thunderbolts.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. Fantastic Four instead of Thunderbolts. Huh.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes a little sense. Like, Thunderbolts is maybe a bit edgy for the kids.
Anyways, Minecraft was great. It was a good time. It's not a good movie,
awesome.
But it's a fun movie.
No, it doesn't have to be a good movie.
Brought me some joy. And you know what? It made John super happy. And then afterwards we went to Applebee's and he got some pretzel, their giant pretzels that they have at Applebee's, and he was super happy about that too. It's like to have two things in the same day that made John super happy. That's a big fat win. No matter what happens,
can't fucking beat
no matter
that.
what else happens. Because that he's never happy. But he got happy about two things that day, and he just got his braces. He's fucking miserable.
Oh God, that sucks. That sucks.
And he couldn't eat popcorn at the movie because he can't eat popcorn since he has braces. And
right, that's a bummer.
Poor guy. Yeah. He's going through it right now. I worry about him so much, but we're trying our best. We're just trying to keep him as happy as we can.
That's all you can do. Get him some weed. How old is he? He's like 30, right?
Yeah, he's 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. That makes sense.
Oh boy. All right, that's it. That's all I had.
Kris.
I needed to talk about the Minecraft movie. It was too important not to.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything else that needed conversating. I mean, I was kind of hoping to talk a little bit about Superman, but since you didn't watch the thingy thing, well, we don't need to talk about it.
I'm sorry. I love Superman.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not upset.
I don't want to see anymore. I
appreciate your ability to not do that.
Yeah, I have to find this Christopher Reeve figure. I did see McFarlane. There was some leaks for the main, because he's obviously doing figures for the movie and whatnot. So the only one I saw was Homeboy Corn and Sweat as Superman. Like, and the figure looks great. I did get some new figures this week. I'm really excited about it. As a quick aside, I picked up the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe Prince Adam and Cringer cartoon collection 2-pack. Tiff was like looking for it all over the place at Christmas and couldn't find it. And it was like $40 or $50 whenever it was out. And I just got it at Target on clearance this week for $15, which made me really happy. And I finally found one of the fucking Jaded Toys Ryu figures, which looks straight out of Street Fighter or Marvel vs. Capcom, I mean. So I picked that up, and I picked up the animated collection Spider-Man Chameleon. So that will go into my Spider-Verse when I redo the office here. And I also ordered this Stone Age Gamer money. Now that I'm flush with cash, I'll tell you, I get to buy all types of dumb shit. I ordered my first 2 knockoff figs from AliExpress or AliExpress. I don't know.
I think it's
how we're supposed to say it. AliExpress. I thought so. I ordered a Scarlet Spider and a Spider-Man Noir, and they should be here by sometime next week. And I'm glad I ordered them now, because they're so much cheaper than the original versions. Like, the one was a Mafex knockoff, and the other one's a SHF knockoff, and those are like $80, $90 figures if you get them at like the store. This cost me a total of $30 for both of them, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that. So I hope they're decent enough quality, because the tariffs are about to fuck those up too.
Yes, they are.
Ugh. Balls. Still need to find that Christopher Reeve Superman. That's the hunt, man. That's the current hunt. For a price I'm willing to pay. Anyway. Because I can go on eBay right now and get it for $80, but I don't want to fucking do that.
Well,
so anyway, that's
it.
Put a fork in it.
Let's call it a night. Let's do it. Take a fork in me.
It's a night.
Done. That is our show. Join us next time for the SAG Cartoon Express, which will hopefully be fun. We're watching Double Dragon Season 1, Episode 11, Heart of the Matter. It will surely be a masterpiece. We're on most social media platforms. And if you want to get in touch with us, we aren't very difficult to find. All it takes is a quick look at our show notes, and you'll see links to our social media accounts, as well as all manner of other fun stuff, like a link to our namesake, StoneAgeGamer.com, and more useful links than you can shake a joystick at. If you'd like to get early access to this show... sorry, I looked over at my recording just to make sure it was still working. I was like, fuck, did my recording fuck up again? No, it's fine. If you'd like to get early access to this show's episodes, as well as every other shows on the Geekade Podcast Network, check out our Patreon, also linked to in the show notes. It helps keep this show running week after week, and all our patrons are loved and appreciated. This show's theme song, Squared Roots, was written by Banjo Guy Ollie. You can learn all about his wonderful music and more by following the link to his YouTube channel, also in the show notes. And finally, as always, we'd like to thank our intrepid editor, Evan, for making this show listenable for all you folks. And we'd like to thank all you folks for listening in the first place. That is it. On behalf of Dan and myself, keep playing games. There, that made up for that short episode.
Yeah, it really did.